French presidency of the EU to focus on productiveness. National Councils of Productivity stems from recommendations from the EU for the member states of the EU zone, and therefore, hence the work of the National Council of Productivity. Since February 2022, the National Council of Productivity in France has been chaired by Nadia Vallard. Since its inception in June 2021 until February, Philippe Martin was acting as its chair. And then a number of stakeholders have supported CNP, such as the Conseil général du Trésor, d'Arès, INSEE, and the Banque de France. Communication of the European Council dating back to 2016 is set within quite a post-crisis context in the Eurozone, quite a specific context, and the point of this was how to draw the lessons, what are the takeaways from this crisis, what are the factors of unbalanced impacting the Eurozone, and which contributed to the 2008-2009 became a Eurozone crisis. Today's environment is fundamentally very different, and so are the stakes. And the matters under a review of the National Council of Productivity entails an analysis of productivity during COVID. Geopolitical crises have piled up, notably with the Ukraine-Russia crisis and its related impacts. And over and above this, we have on the agenda the climate crisis and the requirement to fight climate change and the loss of biodiversity. So indeed, the main stakes of productivity in advanced economies and in the Eurozone remain major topic of interest for the various CNPs. But we can add to this list questions that we would not be asking of ourselves. A few years back, the risk of stagflation, the hike in interest rates, and the consequences of on international trades, the impact of these macroeconomic consequences on productivity, and the impact on climate change. So the number of extreme natural disasters, environmental extreme events, and the impacts on productivity, natural resources, intermediate consumption, related impacts, and finished products impact. So these are topics that have come to the forefront of this review process. All of these will have major impacts on productivity and competitiveness of our economies. Institutions such as France, Stratégie, OECD, the EU, and international and national bodies have key responsibilities when it comes to developing a diagnosis, defining the right public policies to address these challenges. But the presence of these national councils of productivity offers a fresh opportunity to investigate, to have an in-depth dialogue between economists across a variety of countries, institutions sharing the same roadmap, and the institutions I've just referred to. And these were institutions that we're very happy to see gathered here today between us, between CNP. These discussions are now absolutely essential to be had. And we would like to thank you for joining us. We'd like to extend our thanks to the OECD and the European Commission for coordinating this event, and which falls under the PEQ, the French presidency of the EU. And we very warmly would like to thank the Cour des Comptes and its first chair for hosting today's event. Maybe just a few words as to the running order for today's program. Maybe just a quick some backgrounds. So we've published our third annual report in May. This is what has been going on in France. associatively of the health crisis on productivity, competitiveness of the country, comparison with our European neighboring countries, and then zoom on the impact of homeworking. And this, well, these we've seen a massive growth of this of homeworking. It was a kind of a much more limited way of working pre-crisis, and then looking at the slowing down of productivity in regional, sectorial, and individual level on a per business or enterprise basis. So, and CNP has then extended these scope, zooming into 4 countries, focusing on the reason for slowing down and evolution of human capitals, the accumulation of human capital between France, Germany, the UK, and Italy. And finally, our report looks at how important it is to compare and the soft skills and competences, skills, and issues related to skills and their links to attractiveness from the point of view of inward investors. Reports I've just referred to is also available on the France Stratégie website. Today's program, so we've got a number of challenges. Bruno Le Maire had agreed to attend, but he is now otherwise engaged. And dear Pierre, if you can just jump in the order as planned, because Nadia Calviño was to leave us at 2 p.m. sharp on the dot. So she's with us remotely, so we're gonna let her address us, and then we'll have the preliminary remark of Pierre Moscovici, chair of the Cour des Comptes and Public Finance, and he is formerly a European Commissioner for the Economy and was active on the National Councils of Productivity, referred to as CNP. And then we'll hear it from Laurence Beaune. He leads the Economist, as you know. And we'll have a brief address, recorded address of Paolo Gignoni, and he can't be with us this afternoon, but he will be with us via video link and video recording. Without further ado, Nadia Calviño.
To do with strategic autonomy in areas such as energy, also food, technology, which have a far-reaching impact in terms of security, health, economy, but also social cohesion. And so in these times of high uncertainty, I think it's particularly important that we share views and we try to identify the guiding principles that we should follow in order to ensure that we successfully overcome these challenges. Now, right now we are confronted with a supply side shock. So it is clear that we need to act on the supply side. So beyond monetary policy and other actions on the fiscal side, what we should try to do is, as I said, to reinforce the strategic autonomy of the EU. And this is absolutely directly linked to productivity and competitiveness, because productivity is at the end of the day to do more with less, and energy efficiency is probably the best example of this increase in productivity which we need to reinforce our strategic autonomy. And competitiveness is the ability to compete with an advantage in a world our top priority right now. I close these remarks with a metaphor I was thinking about as I was listening to your introduction, which is that winds, ill winds, have been blowing in Europe in these last 2 years. I mean, first the pandemic, now the war, inflation is obviously a very serious challenge. But I think that in these kind of situations, the most important thing is to have a clear steer, a clear direction. And the European agendas are our guideline in this regard. Ensure that the ship is safe, that the sails are also safe and well-oriented, that there's a good leadership, and that we're all rowing in the same direction. In any case, I think this should be our common endeavor when facing current challenges and looking forward to face the challenges of the future. Thanks, and I wish you all the best in the rest of the debate.
Interpreters do apologize, but there's no sound from in the interpreting booth.
Historique, c'est ici que nous tenons nos séances les plus solennelles. Je siège là.
This is
pendant que
so I am here.
J'ai faire des génuflexions.
So I'm.
C'est une salle qui sert aussi à des occasions un peu plus modernes.
This room is used for more modest or traditional events, and this is a third event that has been organized in this room within the framework of under the French presidency of the EU. We held a meeting of the European Court of Accounts looking at common index and to crisis. And with Paolo Gentiloni, and within the framework of the Council of Public Finances, with the French presence at the EU, on the evolution of rules of European public finance rules. And when these are reconnected, and this will be supported with reforms. So dear Gilles, we're now going to continue working in the framework of the French presidency of the EU, which comes to an end tomorrow, 6 months marked by a wealth of discussions and events referring to the climate package. It has been agreed a major milestone in the implementation of the Green Deal, the European Pact, and Digital Market Act, DMA, laying the foundation of a robust framework in the field of digital, so DMA and reciprocity trading agreements after 10 years of negotiation was agreed on the 14th of March. And then this French presidency has also seen all the responses and notably that of attack against in the framework of the Russia aggression of Ukraine. And if we look at the history, all of these are brought down to history and the robustness of Europe and the firm stance of Europe has been key in this context. All of these allows to a guarantee level playing field from a trading standpoint. And these 6 months to the French presidency have contributed to building a solid foundation. And France is the country that feeds in the European constructions as a result of its the ideas that France promotes. Can be very proud to be patriotic this way, and the evolution of the business will need a clear framework provided by the EU zone and the EU at large, and the EU zone must be more than ever the core of the European Union. So will not succumb to any academic exercise today, but we've seen a slowing down of productivity, a deterioration of European competitiveness, which has made more fragile what could be the momentum, the driver of the EU. We have strong ambitions from an economic standpoint, but overall, over the past 2 decades, we've experienced negative shock as a result of a weakness of productivity, deficit of investment in transition for the future, notably with digital, ecology, as well as the internal diverging views and the share of Europe in the global GDP has been steadily decreasing from since 2005 to now, from 30% to 22%. So the High Council of Public Finance, which I chair and which I will head to, states that the growth in France remains around 1.1, 1.2%. And following on to the Ukraine crisis and the COVID crisis, things have tended to improve. That's quite the opposite, and hence the challenge of what can be a productivity, competitiveness-driven policy, and offering related policies. So its growth has slowed down. Growth for France has slowed down since the 1980s, and which has been seen by all of the countries in OECD. And the risk is stagnation. We cannot, we definitely need to address this. This situation reflects how difficult it is for European countries to invest and to really fully embrace the new technological paradigm and impacts on global productivity. And Europe is still lagging behind. And when it comes to public-private investments, and look at the productive fabric, and in 2018, over 30% of submissions, applications for patent came from the US against 15% for the EU. What are the factors that make Europe weak? Persisting differing views across the member states, and a number of trends that have come to the forefront. As you recall, when I worked as a EU commissioner, there was a procedure of excessive imbalance, the micro imbalance procedure, which remained quite inefficient, both in view of countries like Greece or France, which have ongoing deficits, or like Germany, which with excessive excesses. So in the Eurozone, this is a challenge, as Mrs. Calviño said a moment ago. We have the effect of the crisis, which has significantly hindered the supply chains, and which is driving us to think or rethink in terms of strategic autonomy. Now, if this is the right phrase at the end of the day, but this is the one that has been coming and recurring in the French debates. So undeniably, I'm not one to think that Europe might have done away with the scene of history. I don't actually subscribe to this point of view, but there's been a deterioration of productivity and competitiveness, and as has been demonstrated, I do not want to sound the alarm and to allow about EU has waged this battle in the past decade has been that of supply policies. Strengthening of competitiveness of the power of the EU is a priority, has affirmed itself during the 2008-2009 economic crisis, the crisis of sovereigns in 2011, the Greek crisis in 2014, and COVID crisis in 2020. So we're coming to the coming into existence of the Conseil National de Productivité, the Productivity National Councils, and under the chair that who I have known well. And especially when I was in charge of the financial economic affairs, encourages the creation of a Eurozone competitiveness authority, hence the coming into existence of those productivity national councils, and this 2016 Act focusing on competitiveness to explain and to strengthen the support to EU policies and look into the differing views and in the field of European economies. Reports are then produced to just to look into productivity and competitiveness stakes. And then we can take concrete examples. Then we can have the Alliance of Gaia X, businesses created in 2020, supported by France and Germany, to create a real EU data infrastructure. And then a space policy with flagship programs such as Viadio and Copernicus. And finally, we have the priorities of the Next Solution EU program, demonstrate the will, as Nadia stated, from the EU to continue working and transforming one's productive fabric. And over 50% of these 750 billion committed to this plan will support directly or indirectly research and innovation. I'd like to close quoting Joseph Borrell. He's not an expert in productivity or competitiveness, nor to listen his current rules. And he invites EU to talk the language of the power. We are in a phase of crisis. The 21st century is a crisis century. It's one crisis after another. And we're also in a geopolitical context marked by the confrontation, cooperation, growing cooperation, confrontation between the US and China. Where is Europe in there? Where should it be? Because it's saying that it builds itself against power. So it stands against power in a world that comes back more or less to confrontation. Some even talk about Cold Wars. Europe can only survive if it unites, if it brings out its differing views, and if it speaks with one voice in an economic and geopolitical context. We can see as reflected in the war in Ukraine. So I'd like to suggest you one idea, and focusing on Europe. The strengthening of the EU as an economic power requires three pillars that we need to support. The first one is the budget pillar. And I advocated for a Eurozone budget, and I continue thinking that Eurozone is a fundamental space. And in passing, this is what I put to you. We should not shy away from and push back forever the discussion on Moldova and Ukraine in application to EU member states. And we might gets an EU of 30, 35 countries, very different to what it is today, because it will be economic and geopolitical. Within it, we need to strengthen the core of Europe, which is the Eurozone, the Economic and Monetary Union. On a personal level, I'm moderately enthusiastic when it comes to political conferences, political confederation models. We saw this in the 1990s. No, Europe has to be whitened up. And this is the EU avant-garde. This is at the forefront of Europe is the Eurozone. So where do we stand in terms of the budget that needs to be strengthened? This remains to be an open question. So, but it seems to me that we cannot consider that we have this one-off. We need to make this to really have a long-standing approach when it comes to essential transformation. This is not the Hamiltonian moment of Europe, but this is a moment that we finally accepted to pool debt to in a spirit of a gesture of solidarity, not consenting to a lending, but the donation of subsidies. So secondly, second pillar, the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact. And there has to be changes there. We must go in a direction of lightening and simplification before, so as to better isolate the investment spendings, focusing on the quality of public spending. Investment means innovation and research in the forefront. And finally, and all of this will happen without a transformation of governance of the Eurozone. We'll have to have a stronger leadership to have the capacity to drive a common economic vision. I've pleaded for a long time. I've been an advocate of an EU vice president of the at the EU in this context, and driving economy and common approach. So I'd like to quote Winston Churchill: "Nothing is negative with change unless it is in the right, only if it goes in the right direction." And this could be a motto we can use or make use of. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to wish you very fruitful discussions here this afternoon. Our council has been seized in quite an odd questions was working about 2:30 in the morning for an opinion, a formal opinion. We need to render by Friday morning in a context marked by emergencies. So thank you very much, and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be here with you. I don't know if I should talk in English or in French, so please raise your hand if you're a French speaker in order to inform me what language I should speak for my presentation. Okay, so let's do it in French then. So I would like to apologize in advance because my speech was prepared in English. So thank you, French Strategy. Thank you, Kira and Giuseppe, for organizing everything. Thank you, Gilles, President, and because it is a way to address him. And thank you to Filippo and Fatima, members of the Dream Team. What I wanted to do today was that I really wanted to underline what Pierre Moscovici just mentioned, and I wanted to really put at the forefront of your examples in order to show why the national productivity boards are crucial for our growth and in order for us to be more powerful in the international world, because we are as powerful as our economic strength. So I'm sorry, I need to see which screen I should look at. So what you can see very clearly on this screen, on the different graphs, is the difference between the United States and Europe. On the left, if I'm not mistaken, you can see Europe, and what is pretty clear is that not only the productivity growth, the potential that you can see on the left reduced in time, and now it is 2/3 of what it is in the United States. And what we would like to reach as a level would be like half the 5 years. it is in the United States. The reason why it is the case when you see the decomposition of this potential growth is not necessarily jobs, capital, but productivity. There is one main growth factor that Pierre Moscovici just mentioned, which is the best way to boost our productivity. It is exactly what we are currently doing with the digital world. So I would like to spend the next 10 minutes talking about what we should do, the kind of constructive comments we should do in order to increase our productivity thanks to the digital world. Let's start with the qualifications. So on the graph on the left, what you can clearly see is the qualification loss when it comes to the digital industry in the European Union. So when we launched a survey on the skills for the ICT in the EU, we noted that 43% of the Europeans say that they have few or no skills in this area, which is a lot. So it means that it is a challenge that we need to take up. It is the same in the United States, but we see on the right that in the European Union, unfortunately, we are also lagging behind when it comes to the STEM. When we see the students performing with the top performance in the OECD countries when it comes to math and science, we need to base our approach on the PISA survey. And we noticed that in the EU, those top performers represent 12% of the students, which is not a lot compared with countries such as Korea, because in Korea they represent like 24%. Even though the population is not as numerous. And then we have Canada and the United States. So it means that we have a lack of skills when it comes to STEMs in the EU. So we share this gap with the United States. We are lagging behind compared with Asia. But however, when it comes to the United States, we are quite good. They managed to catch up with and keep up with the most advanced economies thanks to the help of external help. So here is, for example, the share of people with a third cycle diploma in STEM, and you can see that this share is quite high in the EU. It is even more important than in the United States. However, when it comes to the net values, the European Union is losing the scientists. A lot of scientists from the EU are trying to find the opportunities, to seize the opportunities in Australia, in China, in the US, not only in order to have better salaries, but also for the best opportunities that we can have on the professional side. So we have a brain drain. So here is about the human capital when it comes to productivity, but I would like now to talk about the physical capital with a graph which is a little dramatic, but at least it could be used as a wake-up call. So here we decided to represent the companies depending on their market capitalization. I apologize, I don't remember how to say it in French, says the speaker. And out of the 100 biggest technological companies in the world, 6 of them are from the European Union. It's not a lot. The United States has 70 of them. So it was about the capital share, and it will be echoed by the lack of investments made on the new technologies when it comes to R&D investments. On the left are represented the European digital business investments. It is pretty low. It is far behind China and the United States, but also far behind Korea, which is a smaller economy compared than the European Union. The technological investments represent a third than what is invested by the United States. The graph on the right is representing the same. It shows the ICT patterns, number of ICT patterns, which is a way to showcase the innovation capacity of a powerhouse. The European Union only has half the patterns the United States are trying to file each year. So as a good economist, I really try to really focus on the production functions. And what I really wanted to showcase today in my presentation is that the challenges that we need to face at the moment should really be managed by the national productivity boards. It is crucial. It is very good that those NPBs were created because they will be able to play their economic and geopolitical roles. We also need, such as what is doing for strategy, the Regional Productivity Board and the OECDs. We need to provide transversal reflections, transversal studies in order to really have a global overview of the situation. And since we are living in a single market, we need to make sure to leverage whatever we can in this market with our 500 million citizens. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today. Lately, our attention has been understandably caught by the tragedy of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the consequences for our economies amid rising energy and food prices, record inflation levels, and huge uncertainty. Today's conference is a timely reminder that we must not lose sight of the key challenge for Europe's long-term future, and that is growth. In the aftermath of the global financial crisis, growth in the euro area was disappointing, especially if compared to the United States, to the point where many have spoken of a lost decade. The pandemic then dealt us another major blow. This time, the euro area economy recovered much more quickly, thanks to our strong common response in safeguarding livelihoods and companies. Still, some EU countries, including Germany, Italy, and Spain, had yet to reach the pre-pandemic GDP levels when the war broke out. Russia's invasion has sent shockwaves across the world, but our over-reliance on Russian energy means the impact will be felt more acutely in Europe, posing another challenge to growth. In this context of an incomplete recovery from the pandemic and amid a general slowdown caused by the war, putting our economies on a path of more sustained and more sustainable growth is more crucial than ever. And the key driver to achieve this goal is to lift productivity growth, which is, of course, easier said than done. Productivity growth has been on a downward trend since the early 2000s and has all but stalled over the past decade. This is a trait common to most advanced economies, but it is especially true in the euro area, also due to low public and private investment levels in recent years. Yet, today, we have a chance to reverse this trend, thanks to the unprecedented resources made available by Next Generation EU, unlocked by the ambitious investments and reforms in member states' recovery and resilience plans. The focus of these plans is in a host of productivity and competitiveness-enhancing measures tailored to the specific challenges of each country, from labor market reform in Spain to investments in green technology in France, from reforming the justice system in Italy to rolling out broadband connection in rural part of Croatia. In these uncertain times, we must continue to push ahead with our bold investment and reform agendas. Productivity growth is not only crucial to increase living standards, it also helps to address macroeconomic imbalances. And together with technological breakthroughs, it holds the key to managing possible tensions between lowering emissions to address climate change and continuing to grow the economy. National productivity boards have an important role to play in supporting the policy-making process. Their contribution to the public debate was especially welcome in the preparation of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. Now that a large majority of euro area countries have established such bodies, progress towards an effective network of national productivity boards would raise awareness of their important work and increase their role in policymaking at both national and EU level. Today's event is a welcome opportunity to reflect on how their contribution can be made more effective. So thank you, and I wish you a very productive discussion.
So let's start with the next session of this afternoon. We would like to hear an online intervention from Philippe Aguillon, and then a roundtable will be held and will be facilitated by Giuseppe Nicoletti. Giuseppe Nicoletti could come on stage in order for us to start right away with the roundtable after the intervention of Philippe Aguillon. I would like to seize this opportunity in order to remind those who didn't know that Vincent Ossius was the one to organize with his team this event. I would like to thank him on our behalf and on everyone's behalf because it is a wonderful initiative. Thank you, Vincent.
Okay, so I will speak English if the French audience will forgive me. And, you know, I think Philippe does not need any long introduction. It's a really great pleasure to have him here with us today. I hope he will appear soon on the screen. Okay, so there's a change in program. We will start with our roundtable, and then we will have the keynote by Philippe. So let me first of all begin by thanking a lot the organizers of this conference, which have been mentioned several times today, to ask me to moderate this panel discussion. The theme of the panel has been discussed also this morning in closer doors among the representative of national productivity boards, and basically what are the productivity puzzles that the national productivity board have faced during their relatively short life. And what are the related policy challenges that go together with these productivity puzzles, and how has the experience of the national productivity boards helped at the same time to better understand the productivity developments that have been quite disappointing over the past 2 decades, rather globally, and try to recommend or indicate some ways in which these developments can be reversed. So we have today 3 speakers, which I welcome very much, and I thank them for having accepted to be on this panel. I think that they represent both NPBs and more cross-country views over the productivity issue. So they will be able to throw light on these issues from both national and international standpoints. So let me just very briefly say a few words about each of them. So Rita Bessone Basto is Deputy Director of GEE, which is a Portuguese, I guess, acronym which I cannot translate. But basically it is the Office for Strategy and Studies of the Portuguese Ministry of Economy. She's also a member of the board of the Portuguese NPB, as well as a co-chair of the steering group of the Global Forum on Productivity at the OECD. So she's a very privileged position for reporting on NPB activities, achievements, and challenges. Then we have Chiara Peroni, who is the head of Statec research division in Luxembourg. Statec is one of the 3 bodies supporting the NPB in Luxembourg, and she supervises research in the fields as a Statec member in the fields of well-being, productivity, and entrepreneurship. She is also a member of the NPB of Luxembourg and a delegate at various OECD committees and at the Global Forum on Productivity. And then finally, Chiara Criscuolo. Chiara is the head of the Productivity, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Division in the Directorate for Science, Technology, and Innovation at the OECD. She is also a co-founder and co-manager of the Global Forum on Productivity, and a member of both the French and the Portuguese NPBs. So another person on the floor here that will be able to provide a thorough assessment of NPB challenges and achievements. So with that, let me start just by saying we have more or less 40 minutes for this panel. I would like to possibly speakers to speak around a total of 8 minutes for 25 minutes, so that we can have some questions from the audience, and maybe we can divide their 8 minutes in two parts. The first part I would like to hear your views on more on the analytical and backward-looking side of productivity. So, what is what is your diagnosis based on experience of NPBs and the OECD? What is your diagnosis of productivity developments? Where is the slowdown coming from? And how has the COVID crisis highlighted some of the possible weaknesses of our economies in the area of productivity, and maybe some of the potential for recovery? And of course, to what extent have been the national productivity boards instrumental in better understanding all this, including during the pandemic? So maybe we can start with Rita. Thanks, Rita.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to tell you a little bit about the experience of the Portuguese NPB. So to start a little bit with the history, we were created in 2018, and instead of creating the NPB with a new structure, with a new institution, the government decided to use two existing institutions, the Research Office of the Ministry of the Economy and the Research Office of the Ministry of Finance, and to create the NPB within these two organizations. Our governance is also complemented by an independent advisory board made mainly by academics, people from international institutions. Chiara is a good example, and also from some people from the Bank of Portugal. In our mandate, so our main mission is to conduct policy-oriented research, so research in the areas of productivity that would contribute to the design and to the implementations into the implementation of better policies that would contribute to the Portuguese to the productivity and competitiveness of the Portuguese economy. Our activities have been consistent with this mandate. We have so far published two documents, two activities document. We also have been organizing in order to promote awareness and different stakeholders in the issue of productivity. We have organized several conferences and seminars. We tried as much as possible to involve other stakeholders in our activities. We also monitor very closely several indicators of productivity and competitiveness. And we have created also together, or participated in the creation together with the Bank of Portugal and the National Institute of Statistics. We have created an indicator, a composite indicator of competitiveness, which is very easy, can be very easily updated and compares the competitiveness of several dimensions of competitiveness of the Portuguese economy with that of the other European countries. We tried with our first annual report to do also a diagnosis of productivity, so it was more than a normal annual report. We try to identify the main factors undermining the productivity of the Portuguese economy. So we surveyed a wide range of indicators. We also looked at issues related to the allocation of resources in the economy. we looked at several determinants of productivity. We also did that with the help of existing research. And so we tried to identify the main problems in the Portuguese economy. Our results were not relatively new in the sense that these issues have been already extensively studied and analyzed, but still it was very important to collect all this evidence in the single document and the single annual report. So our problems, you asked about reasons which can explain the slowdown in productivity, and there are in Portugal a wide range of issues. There are issues related to human skills, issues related to investment. The small size of the Portuguese firms is also a problem. Smaller firms have more difficulties in accessing financing, in investment, in doing also investment in R&D, which is also a problem in the Portuguese economy. Most of our research in R&D and innovation was done by the public sector, mostly public universities, with little connection with firms and with business activity, and therefore with productivity. So our research, the research that we have been conducting so far, has been very much consistent with these findings. We have analyzed the dynamics of productivity. We have analyzed also issues concerning the more human side of productivity. We have evaluated policies, especially concerning incentives for firms to implement R&D and innovation. If I have to identify the 2 or 3 major challenges with our, or 2 major problems with our activity so far, I think policy evaluations have clearly been a problem. We were able to conduct 1 policy evaluation, but when we try to do more with respect to that, we also always find difficulties with respect to data collection, because either data collection or confidentiality issues. So these are issues that are important and constitute a drawback in our activity. Another problem that we have, and I think in this sense we are common to other national productivity boards, has to do with how to make our policy recommendations more effective. So far we have been lucky in being able to involve many different stakeholders in our activities. So in terms of making productivity, making the public aware of productivity, I think we have been relatively successful. But making our policy recommendations more binding, I think there has been more of a problem. There are no, our recommendations are non-binding. There are no, for example, comply or explain mechanism which could make them more binding. And of course, I think the informal structure of our policy, of our NPB is also a problem. We do not have an independent budget. We do not have independent staff. So sometimes it's difficult to recognize us as a different or a separate identity from the research offices of the ministries that we represent.
I think that's a really long.
Sorry.
No, it's a long list. I mean, of issues, and it resonates a lot with an Italian citizen. I mean, it's, many of the issues are the same. So maybe, turning to Northern Europe, maybe we have another set of issues coming up.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for your introduction, and also to the organizer for inviting me and having me here. So I represent I am a member of the National Productivity Board of Luxembourg, and just to put what I'm going to present you later in perspective, I would like to give you an overview of how the National Productivity Board of Luxembourg works. So we are also young. We have been established and became operational at the end of 2019 with the main mandate of analyzing the evolution of productivity in a comparative perspective, but also taking into account the specificities of the country. And we do so by looking at transparent and comparable indicators which are provided by national and international institutions. Much of the work of the Luxembourg board relies on the analysis that is produced by STATEC, which is the research division at STATEC, which is the National Statistical Office of Luxembourg, and by the service of the Ministry of the Economy. So you see, our main mission essentially is to provide evidence to the stakeholder, to the policymaker, and to the wider public on productivity. And we do so by publishing, releasing a report an annual report. And so far we have released 2 reports. We are preparing a 3rd one. And it's from this report that I would like to show you some evidence, descriptive and analytical evidence, on Luxembourg economy. So here you see what is the productivity, what productivity performance of Luxembourg looks like at the aggregate level. We are an economy with a high level of labor productivity, and the puzzles for us is that this high level of productivity is coupled by slow growth. And here, if we look at this in an historical perspective, productivity growth were quite high before the 2000s. So the performance of the country has 2 main features. There is this slowdown, which has been found also for so many other countries, and we have discussed about them this morning, but it has started well before the crisis of 2009 and 2007, 2009. We have an evolution which is compatible with the double-dip recession, and after this we see a lot of volatility. You see here you have in the slides you have this small positive rate of growth, which are then followed by negative rate of growth. So productivity is going down. And another interesting feature, and when we look at the data, we found that this is due to poor performance in terms of total factor productivity, which is an interesting, and another interesting feature is that this is coupled also with the increase in intermediate consumption, but perhaps we go back to this later. And if you look at the last data point, that is the growth in 2020 compared to 2019. So it's the first year of COVID. And there you see a positive growth in productivity. I think this has also been found in other countries when we look at hours worked, but we don't know whether this is going to stay. This feature is going to stay because of difficulties with data difficulties, essentially. It's difficult to assess this pattern. In Luxembourg, typically, we have data which are subject to very high revisions because it's a small economy. But we also receive, like all other countries, data with the lags. So now in 2022, we will receive data for 2021. And then we will have to see whether this pattern is a stable feature or is just due to more cyclical issues. Another type of work, another piece of work that we have done, and this was the aggregate evidence, but we need to go down to look at the firm level data and to derive aggregate implication from this firm-level data to have a more comprehensive pictures of what productivity performances in countries look like and what actually they mean for the economy, for firms, for industries. And we have followed the path here that has been set by the OECD, and especially here, Chiara is here, so she's really the specialist in this. So we have run this type of analysis in which, looking at survey on firms, we have analyzed these two features of productivity, dispersion and allocative efficiencies. And what we have found is that something that has been found also for other countries is a mechanism that is also at play in Luxembourg, which is an increase. Again, you see these patterns there in the graph. You see the performances, the comparative performances of frontier firms, so the firms that perform better, the medium firms, so the one that perform so-so, and the firms that are laggards, so the ones that are characterized by low productivity levels. And we see that, again, this pattern is compatible with this double-dip recession, but after the recession, we see increase in dispersion. So the laggards do not recover their productivity. We also found some improvements in allocative efficiency, meaning that basically resources, labor moves towards the firms that are more productive, that are more efficient. Yeah. So which signals some selection mechanism which is at play in the economy. Another piece of work that we have conducted on behalf of the productivity, what the productivity board has conducted in cooperation with the PwC, is a qualitative survey on the management of firms in Luxembourg. We wanted to see here with actually what is the understanding of productivity in businesses and for managers, how it is relevant, how it enters, this idea enters, or this concept enters in their operation, in daily operation. So we have found a few interesting things. First of all, that we found the definition of the productivity adopted by firms vary. The concept that was cited the most was efficiency, which is interpreted as, it's defined as a ratio or a comparison between the resources, in particular work, and the results of the firm, which can be revenues, but can also be the numbers of tasks which are performed. Then we also, managers also cited efficacy or cost efficiency, so the ability to keep cost low, and also profitability. And so all these concepts are related with the idea of firm performance, and they are used actually to monitor the performance of firms, to aid planning and also recruitment strategies. So it's short and more medium or longer run objectives. Then we also asked what the determinants of productivity were for managers, and they cited the adoption of new technologies. They cited also, in particular, IT, but not only, especially also equipment, the improvements in equipment and in capital goods. They cited human capital. This came out strikingly, the importance of finding people with the right skills, but also the importance of training within and for the firms. And also organizational and intangible capital. What I mean here for organizational capital is the performance of the management practice. Another thing is working practices, HR practices, and also well-being at work, or also how the offices are organized. So they really place a lot of importance in, also in the, one thing that was interesting was the importance played on the autonomy of the workforce. And then in terms of external factors, they cite a legal and institutional framework. So the quality of regulation. So this is broadly, I would say, in line with economic analysis, but there are some important differences which I think we don't have time here, but they deserve some further reflection. So that's fine.
Thanks a lot, Chiara. This was really very, very interesting, especially because it highlights how important it is to use the right language to communicate with people that are in charge of improving productivity. You know, so you mentioned the firms. But also, you know, if you want to convince people that there is a productivity issue, we also have to understand what concept of productivity would be better digested by workers and more generally the general public. So I think it's very interesting what you said. So what about now a more cross-country view of the issue, Chiara?
Okay, thank you, Giuseppe. Can I just say one thing before we start? It's great to see a panel with 3 women, and you know, I would say an ex-colleague and a mentor as well. And I hope it's a sign for new generations as well that more women should work on productivity, because it's sometimes tough to see mainly male colleagues who I respect enormously, but you know, it's great. So let me give a bit of I would say a cross-country perspective, but also a bit, let me start from where it started for me, and I think for you, Giuseppe, as well. And I think Chiara already did a great job in explaining the slowdown and sort of dissecting the slowdown, looking at the reallocation of resources, and I would say the role of creative distraction and the role of business dynamics in this, but also including in this dissection of the slowdown of firm productivity. So you saw what Chiara presented was really looking at the frontier firms at the top of the distribution and at the laggards. And in a way, the slowdown can be explained by what happens at the top, but also what happens at the catch-up by these laggards firms. And in a book that we did in 2016 on the future of productivity, we really focus on these frontier firms and how their performance sort of is great relative to the rest, relative to the lagging firms. And in a way, it also relates very much to the literature that is then come up, also in the US, of superstar firms and entrenchment. And you see this being also reflected in some work that has been done by some productivity boards, including the French, including now Luxembourg and Portugal and others. I think it's also important to look at the bottom, and I think because in work that we have done with distributed microdata, multi-prod at the OECD, we see that divergence at the bottom, these lagging firms that don't manage to keep up with this technology development that big firms and multinational firms manage to implement and to benefit from greatly, because they have all that one needs to benefit from these complementary intangible assets, complementary good management, complementary human skills. You know, this has become more and more of a problem. So we need to focus also on the bottom of the distribution, on the smaller firms that Rita rightly mentioned represent a large part of the business population. And in a way, we see that they struggle more and more in the more intangible, intensive economy. And so that's something that we have been focusing on as well, this divergence at the bottom, that we find is particularly important in the services sector, and that relates also to the openness and the size of the market in the services sector that are mainly domestic. So I think these are all areas that I've seen in several reports also of productivity boards. Final point on the reallocation, and I think this was mentioned before, declining entry rates. This is something that we have seen, and this has come, you know, if you want to see declining entry rates at entry at the bottom of the distribution, we also see a high concentration at the top. So I think what is important, I mean, from our work is that what happens at the top, somehow it's reflected also at the bottom. So declining entry rate, slowing down of the reallocation of what we call excess job reallocation rates, which basically slowing down of the mobility of worker, which then makes it harder for firms to catch up. It makes it harder to find the right match of skills. So these are all things that have been happening and that worry us. And the question is, what drives this? We don't have an answer yet. I think we're all struggling with answering what is driving this. I think what is interesting is that different pieces of the puzzle, as I call it, all seem to point to a couple of culprits, I would call them. One where we focus on is digital, other have pointed to globalization, but let me mention the role of the digital technologies and the rise of intangible assets. I mean, here what we see, and we see number one that in sectors that rely more intensively on digital assets, on intangible assets, there has been a greater increase in concentration. There has been a greater increase in divergence, but there has also been a greater increase in markups. We discussed this already this morning, which means that firms at the top are also gaining more and more in terms of, I would say, profitability relative to the others, and therefore this greater gap makes it harder and harder to break that advantage that they have. And we see greater entrenchment as well at the top. Let me mention one other important factor that was apparently managers recognize as vital, which is what we call the human side of productivity with Giuseppe. And here I would relate to skills in general, but also management, also diversity. And we have done a study at the OECD at the Global Forum of Productivity where we see that these differences in skill endowments can explain about a third of the gap between laggard firms and frontier firms. And I know that the French Productivity Board has done similar analysis as well, so I want to recognize that. We also did more work on this for Italy, where we linked the gap in skills also with the digital gap that you see, for example, in Italian firms. And here, one thing I would like to mention is the role of complementarities, and perhaps that will get to the next question. I think more work needs to be done, complementarities between different intangibles and digital, intangibles and skill. Finally, telework. This is something that was mentioned again this morning. We did some work on this, and we see that telework might not be, especially done too intensively, so good news for productivity, but more work needs to be done. And then let me go perhaps in the cross-country perspective, the role of the National Productivity Board. So let's not go on the substance, but more on the institutional setup. And here I want to acknowledge the work that I've done with Francesca Papa, Fatima, and Filippo Cavassini on this, where we really relied, I would say, on the sharing of knowledge and sharing of experience of different national productivity board, the French, the Portuguese, the Belgian, the Irish, to really, and Luxembourg, I should have mentioned, sorry, to really help a new board to improve on the institutional setup, on the communication, on also accessing data, microdata, and do analysis. And this is something that I think more should be done more and more. Let me stop here because otherwise I'll go on forever, as you know.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chiara. This was quite broad-based and gave quite a nice picture of all the issues that are on the table. So, no, we now know a little bit better, a little bit more about productivity than we knew a few years ago. Also, thanks to the work done by OECD and the national productivity boards, and also thanks to the collaboration between these bodies. What I would like to focus on now is, given this knowledge that we have, and given the experience we had with during the crisis, and in the face of the new, geopolitical situation. And the new issues which arose during the pandemic, what are, according to you, the next priority areas to be tackled by your institutions in order to support as much as possible the post-recovery effort? Unfortunately, we go from one crisis to another, so we have to do that. While another crisis is ongoing, but especially because this effort is supported also by EU funds, which need to be used in a productivity enhancing way. So what are these priority areas, and you know, does your research agenda and your plans for future annual reports align more or less with these priority areas? So maybe again, Rita, you start, and then
thanks again, Giuseppe.
the two Chiaras.
Okay. So I think with this, with the pandemic and with this geopolitical uncertainties, there are.
I'm not sure it works. Can you?
Does it work?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. Just closer to
Okay.
it.
So the pandemic and these geopolitical problems and uncertainties really create issues which have strong implications on productivities and clearly need to be addressed by productivity boards. Well, the first issue has to do with teleworking. It's clearly a new tendency which has grown immensely during the pandemic crisis, and it's probably going to continue. As we were discussing this morning, the evidence of whether people are more productive with teleworking or working at the workplace is still inconclusive, but I think it's important to think that teleworking is probably still on a learning curve. We have probably not exploited the most efficient ways to conduct teleworking. There is another reason of why this trend, I believe, might increase productivity, which is the implied labor mobility by this disassociation between the place of residence and the place of work. This allows firms to hire staff from a large variety of places, and therefore to benefit from a much wider diversity of skills and talent. And I think this is very important for productivity, especially in situations such as exists in Portugal, in which there is a significant mismatch between the skills and the qualifications that workers have and those demanded by firms. So I think this is a problem which can clearly be attenuated or mitigated with teleworking, and of course productivity boards need to study these trends and to understand how policies can better contribute to, in this case, good policy would be regulation. How can regulation make teleworking more effective for firms and for people? Another important issue raised by these geopolitical difficulties and rise contributing to disturbances in global value chains and to increases in productivity price, in energy prices, is whether this would contribute to significant structural changes in the way, or significant changes in the way production is organized, and whether these phenomena are permanent or merely temporary. And I think the way the firms would adjust to this phenomena largely depends on whether these disturbances are considered permanent or not. For example, if firms do not see this surge in energy prices or disturbances in global value chains as permanent, probably they will only do minor adjustments, probably a shift in the diversity of input suppliers, or some changes, small changes in the management of inventories. But for example, if these changes, these disturbances are considered more permanent, probably they would have to imply, or they put pressure on firms to do more drastic changes, and those could perhaps be accompanied by innovation and productivity gains. Also, whether this leads to a transition towards a greener economy, I think also depends a lot on how these increases in energy prices are seen as temporary or not. I mean, energy is a commodity which is normally subject to a wide variety, so firms are used to cope with this volatility in the prices of energy. A permanent energy rise could probably contribute to a faster transition, but of course we also have to think that the rise in raw materials might have the opposite effect. So it's still very difficult to conclude what effects these would have on a green transition. But again, a more significant transition would probably be driven by greater innovation and would contribute to more productivity gains.
So basically, telework, organizational changes, human capital, skills, and global supply chains, green transition. These are the four areas that seem really interesting. So, Chiara, just a reminder that we have to allow some time for Philippe to speak. So, try to really condensate your statements.
So I'll try to be super brief. So what are the challenges, basically, that partly shape our work plan for coming years? So they are related to the characters of also the Luxembourg economy, which is a small, very open, and a service-based economy. So one of these issues is that how do we interpret productivity? How do we measure and interpret productivity in a service economy, which is characterized by a large financial sector? And we have done some work on this. We want to continue. The second issue has already been mentioned: the relevance of the country for the country of the positioning in a global value chain, and so the relation with this productivity performance. Another issue, once again, is the impact of COVID and the transformation that have been accelerated by COVID, such as this, as Rita's mentioned, the telework and the work organization. And here I would like to mention also the challenge that we face as a statistical office in having to address these many interesting questions, but at the same time dealing with the pressure of keeping the burden of responding to service low on respondents and of firms in particular. This can be an issue. What we see ahead is the big question is, what is the role of productivity in ensuring how do we resort to higher productivity growth in a way that is sustainable from an environmental and a social point of view? So here we need evidence that supports the green transition. So we need to assess the environmental impact of economic activities, and here something that probably is useful is to have measure of productivity indicators that takes into account environmental performances. Another important issue is social cohesion. So now we are looking at the relation between the distribution of wage and the distribution of productivity, because this has impact on distribution of wealth, inequalities, and social cohesion. And another thing that is another issue that is very important for us is the relation between productivity and well-being. We have done some work in this at the aggregate and this industrial level. We have found statistical relation between an indicator of well-being, job satisfaction, and productivity performances. And we would like to continue in an environment in which indicators of well-being, such as subjective well-being or dashboard of quality of life, become more important in policy making. And we also want the concept we would like to focus is total factor productivity, because it has much to do with what you mentioned, like innovation and diffusion also of technology. I hope I was.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. Thanks, Chiara. Just to pick on one of your points, finance and productivity is not only interesting for Luxembourg because of its industrial, its structure of its economy, where the financial sector is very important. But I think it's an issue that is important for all countries, and especially continental European countries, where the financial system has not traditionally been very easy for financing risky activities, intangibles, and all those assets that are complementary to digital technologies, and that, as Laurence Boone was pointing out in her intervention, will be maybe one of the keys for productivity, long-term productivity recovery. So I think that that's another box to be checked in the future plans of the NPBs. Chiara.
Okay, coming last, you said 5 of my 6 points, so I will be super quick. COVID and the consequences of COVID. I mean, we discussed, I think, more long-term, looking at telework. I would add also the acceleration of digital adoption, and in particular, will we see an increase in the gap between winners and losers, those who had adopted digital technologies before were more productive before, or will we see a catch-up? That's a big question that we cannot answer. And I would say in the shorter term, more the consequences of COVID on reallocation and the role of the different design in support measures, and also the different type of support measures. So this is something that we are just starting working on at the OECD with the economics department. The link between productivity and the green and climate transition, and the role of sort of the energy crisis, I would call it. Here, the only thing I would add is an interesting question on trade-offs or not. Second interesting point is the role of innovation, which was mentioned already. And then again, whether we are going to see more winners and losers, and also being localized in different regions, both globally and within countries. One thing wasn't mentioned is the changes in this competitive environment, this increasing concentration that we hear about more and more. What are going to be the impacts on productivity and innovation in the longer run? So looking at this in a dynamic sense. And then finally, this was mentioned, diffusion of advanced digital technologies, in particular AI, is going to be important. And let me close with policy. I think more and more policy evaluation needs to be made, focusing as an outcome of the policy productivity, because often, and I mean, we have done work that Rita was mentioning on R&D tax credit, for example. You first look at whether this has an impact on R&D expenditure, but ultimately what you want to look at is whether this has an impact on productivity growth. And this is something that is quite difficult to do because we know there are many things that affect productivity, but more work needs to be done on that. And the role of, in general, framework policy, and let me mention on this finance and intellectual property rights for, the I would say, democratizing intangible assets. So let me stop there because I see Philippe online, and I would rather leave him the floor.
Thanks a lot, Chiara. So to conclude, sustainability, well-being, the concerns of the people are to be addressed, and the language that the NPBs can talk, even though maintaining their rigor in the analysis and so on, has to address these concerns. And so what you just mentioned is very much in line with this idea. Another issue is distribution, relationship between productivity growth and growth in incomes, in wages, which is very important and speaks to the people. So I think that these are very important areas that you've mentioned. And I now have the great pleasure to introduce Philippe Aguillon, who I can see finally on the screen. I don't think that, I mean, in Italian we have a saying that says dulcis in fundo. So I'm sorry that you couldn't speak first, but the best come from last in this session. And so, Philippe, I don't think you need an introduction. Professor at Collège de France, at INSEAD, at LSE, and has worked for your entire life on competition, productivity, business dynamics. So I'm sure that you can tell us a lot about what needs to be looked at by NPBs and what are the policy priorities. Philippe, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. So I will just share some slides. Okay, so I think on productivity, what have we learned, over the past decades and the most recent COVID experience? What we have learned pre-COVID already is the importance of heterogeneity. I think my main contribution to productivity and growth is to introduce what we call neo-Schumpeterian economics, which is a model with Peter Howitt, where growth is driven by innovations. Innovations are motivated by the prospects of innovation rents, and new firms replace old firms. So at the heart of the growth process, you have the contradiction that you need innovation rents to motivate innovation activities, but those rents will be used by yesterday's innovators to prevent subsequent innovations, because yesterday's innovators do not want themselves to be subject to creative destruction. And it's a totally new growth paradigm because it accommodates heterogeneity. You have big firms and small firms. You have firm dynamics. You have small agents, big agents. You have rents due to innovations, rents due to entry barriers. You have heterogeneous individuals. It's a framework which completely revolutionized the way to look at productivity growth and to do econometrics of productivity growth, because you would get rid of Barrow and all kinds of bad cross-country regressions and go into micro data and really emphasize firm heterogeneity and individual heterogeneity. So to just give you a first example, when it comes to the one issue you mentioned is the explaining the decline in productivity growth, in TFP growth. I will try to do like this. And you want to explain the decline in productivity growth since the year 2000 in spite of the IT and AI revolutions. And various explanations have been put forward. Leaders discouraging followers, which is an explanation I like very much. It could be that ideas are harder to get, that we don't properly measure productivity growth, which is the case. We don't properly measure a lot because of creative destruction. We don't know how to capture that in the statistics. But a plausible explanation also has been the fact that with the IT revolution, you see that this up and down of growth is mainly, in fact, happened in the IT producing and the IT using sectors. And what you had is that with the IT revolution, you had the emergence of superstar firms, Amazon, Google, Apple, Walmart. And at first, where they had high social capital, when they grew, first it boosted productivity growth in the US, but then they invaded more and more sectors through merger and acquisitions, and they ended up discouraging innovation by other firms. You can see here is the evolution of markups from work of Delocker, Eckhout, and Unger. You see that the average markup is going up at the same time as growth is going down nowadays. But it's not so much because within firms markup went up. You can see that within firms, there is essentially no increase in markups. It's because it's a reallocation effect. It's because high markup firms, which are typically the superstar firms, become more pervasive through merger and acquisition and taking advantage of the loopholes in competition policy in the US. And that's very important because it's really, you see the importance of composition effect. You have these superstar firms. At first, they boost growth, but then what happened is they become prominent and they discourage entry. And you can see here the entry rate. The entry rate goes down of non-superstar firms. And that's, so it's interesting because it says that, you know, the response to the secular stagnation is competition policy has to be reformed to limit the power of these superstar firms and allow for more entrant innovation. And so that's already an example where heterogeneity is there at the heart. You have the big firm, the superstar, and the non-superstar. You have the entrants and the incumbents. You have the leaders and the followers. And if you don't have this, you don't take into account this heterogeneity, you are missing it. So that's the first example where heterogeneity is important. I would like to give another example, which is in fact the individual heterogeneity. So there has been work by Ufuk Aksigit on Denmark, and showing that in fact, when you want to look at the elasticity of R&D subsidies, or the elasticity, the growth elasticity of education subsidies, you should take into account not only the heterogeneity of firms, but here the heterogeneity between individuals. You have individuals which have taste for research. You have individuals with a PhD in science and individuals without a PhD in science. Then you have individuals that have a PhD who love research, but they are financially constrained. Then you have people who are not financially constrained, but they don't like research. And then you have people who are both financially constrained and dislike research. You have to take into account this heterogeneity if you want to evaluate the elasticity, the growth, of R&D subsidies or educational subsidies on growth and innovation. The very well-known graph from this paper by Ufuk and co-authors on Denmark is you see that here the blue curve is the enrollment in higher education, and that has increased a lot over the year 2000s. But of course, the more you enroll, then you have, of course, first you enroll the people with highest IQ, but then of course the average IQ goes down as you enroll more and more people. So you take into account, of course, the heterogeneity in ability, of course so the thing is that when you have policy, first you want to have education policy to increase the pool of people who could be potential innovators, and then you play on incentives through R&D subsidies in particular to encourage those who could be innovators to indeed innovate rather than do something else. And you see, when you take into account this heterogeneity, it completely changes, the way you look at the policies to enhance productivity. So the first point I want to make is that the big lessons from the research over the past 10, 15 years is the fact that taking into account cross-firm heterogeneity and cross-individual heterogeneity completely changes the picture we have, the way we design policies aimed at fostering innovation-based growth and fostering productivity growth. So that, I think, is the first remark I would like to make. The second remark I would like to make is the lesson from COVID. COVID revealed the weaknesses of capitalism, which are different across the Atlantic. In the US, it revealed a social model which is broken. A number of people, lost their jobs as a result of COVID. You see the gray curves show with the triangle, the share of US citizens without a job. It increased during COVID. And the gray circle shows the share of individuals in the US without health insurance. You see here it goes down with Obamacare, but with COVID it goes up at a time where people need health insurance. So we know on the social ground, US is not good. But when it comes to innovation, here I show the flow of triadic patents per million inhabitants. Triadic means that those are patents that are registered in the US Patent Office, European Patent Office, and Japanese Patent Office. Those are good patents. And you see that the US is well above average EU and well above China. So when it comes to top patents, they are very good. Here there are other indicators, percentage of top 5% cited patents, or number of top 5% cited patents. And on all those grounds, the US dominates everywhere else, okay? Because they have a fantastic ecosystem of innovation. So what this tells you, and if you look at biotech patents per million inhabitants, you see US is higher than Europe, well above average OECD, well above China. So the first lesson from COVID is that Europe is well below the technology frontier in terms of innovation. We don't have a sufficiently good ecosystem of innovation. So that's the first lesson that we learned from the COVID. Okay, even more, we knew that COVID and we saw that because we were unable to produce a good vaccine. We had AstraZeneca, but it's not nearly as good as Moderna and Pfizer, as we all know. And the US did much better than we did. Okay, so that's what COVID told us. Another thing that we learned from COVID is that a country like France, when it came to that, I'm showing exports and imports of masks, respirators, and tests. That was before the vaccine. And already I told you that on vaccine, US dominates completely. But here I look even at before the vaccine, and the black curves are Germany, the gray curves are France, triangles are exports, and circles are imports of these products, masks, respirators, and tests. And you can see that in the early 2000s, Germany was a little bit better than France. Nowadays, Germany has a trade surplus of 20 billion euros on these products. France has no surplus. And the key to that is that France stopped innovating as much. Here, I'm showing the frontier in terms of triadic patents. That's the dotted line. And that's where France lies in terms of the distance to the frontier. You see that in 95, in pharmaceuticals technology and medical technology, France was almost at the frontier, and we deteriorated compared to the frontier because we innovated less. And in fact, in all manufacturing sectors, except nuclear energy and aircraft, France, innovated less and less. And that's why France lost control of value chains. So the key to the COVID revealed even more, and it forced us to look at all sectors, and we saw the gravity, how dramatic the French situation was on industrialization, because we underinvested in innovation since the mid-1990s. We essentially outsourced instead of innovating, and so innovation is at the heart of regaining control of value chains. It's not through protectionism you should do, but through investing. So how long do I have left? I guess 2 or 3 minutes, no? How long do I have? Giuseppe? Can you hear me? No, nobody?
Philippe, if I may, I don't know if you can hear me, but you still have a lot of time. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you very much. So now that I said that, what are the policies? In fact, you see, we would like to be as innovative as the US, but still have the social model we have in Europe, particularly in Scandinavian countries or Germany. And so some people believe, so here, let me show you again on industry. You see, I was showing about pharmaceuticals, but you see the ranking of France, it's all industries confounded. That's for all industries. And you see how France, we moved away from the frontier in terms of triadic patents. If you put all industries all together, okay, and the big problem to France is to reindustrialize through innovation and through, in particular, new startups and new firms. And so that's one big, that's one big policy that France should pursue. There are other policies that France should pursue. Another policy that France should pursue is education. So the fact is that, you see, I will show you a graph. Here is the graph I want to show. This graph shows the probability of inventing as a function of parental income. This is in the US current data. This is in the US historical data, and this is in Finland. And you see that you are much more likely to innovate if you have parents in the upper income bracket. This is all the more surprising in Finland that education is free and high quality. But the thing is that in Finland, it's because the higher earning parents are also the more educated parents. If I control in the Finland for parental education, you see this curve is shifting down a lot. And in fact, you might even say, why should it be not flat, given that you have this wonderful education system in Finland with very good PISA tests and accessible to everybody for free? But in fact, the reform of the education system in Finland was in 1970, and that's where they make the system comprehensive and high quality. If you restrict attention to researchers who went through education in Finland post-1970, you will see that this relationship disappears completely. There is no more role of parental income and parental education on the probability of inventing. And that's very important. Why? Because in our countries, we have many what we call lost Einsteins. Those are very smart kids but they are born to the wrong family, with parents who do not have the education and they cannot transmit the knowledge or the aspirations that would enable the children to become inventors. So if you do an education reform like in Finland, then you see you will make the economy much more innovative because many more people can become inventors, but you also make growth more inclusive because when you have more inventors, potentially, but you know, by definition, growth becomes more inclusive. You give more opportunities to more people. So you see here, education is a policy that makes you both more innovative, but also more inclusive. So there is no choice. Some people believe that between the US model and the European model, you have to choose. Choose either to be innovative like the US, but you'd have to sacrifice on inclusiveness and protection, or choose the European model to be more protective and inclusive, and then you give up on being innovative. That's not true. This reasoning is wrong because education, like the Finnish reform, makes you both more innovative and more inclusive. Another policy is competition. I told you that in the US, the big reason why you have the secular stagnation is because you have a competition policy which is not adapted to the digital era. We let the superstar firms, the big six, do merger and acquisitions without any limit and without wondering the effect it would have on, you know, subsequent innovation and subsequent entry. In Europe, like in the US, by the way, we are obsessed by market share and market definition. We don't look enough at the effects of merger and acquisition on subsequent entry and subsequent innovation. We have a very static vision of competition policy, not even the dynamic. Suppose we reform competition policy like the Biden administration tried to do a year ago, then what will happen? You will boost innovation in the US, but by entrants, but boosting entrant innovation, we also know that it makes more social mobility because we know creative destruction. And I know that from work I've done with Blondel, Axigit, and Emus and Bergeau, that when you boost entrant innovation, you boost social mobility. And so you see, competition is another policy, which is both makes you more innovative and more inclusive, okay? So that's, I end up with I want to say a few words on green and then on Draghi. So on green, I want to say, well, there are some people who believe that the way to fight climate change is to have negative growth. We call that décroissance in French, or degrowth. Alors, it's true that historically, temperature started to increase exactly when growth took off. You know that the takeoff of growth through the work of Madison, who was a great economist at OECD in particular, we know that the takeoff of growth dates back to only 200 years, 1820, with the first industrial revolution. Well, when you look at temperature, you see that temperature started to rise sharply exactly at the time of where growth took off. And that's the counterfactual. What would have happened in the absence of technological revolution? We would have no increase in temperature. So historically, the advocates of negative growth, of degrowth, are right. But does that mean we should go back? And here again, you see China and India's CO2 emissions start rising fast exactly at the time where these two countries have, accelerated growth. They experience accelerated growth. Exactly at that time, CO2 emissions also accelerate. But does that mean we should go back to pre-1820? No, we had a natural experiment of degrowth. It was the first lockdown between March and May, June 2020. France GDP went down by 35%, and CO2 emissions from France went down by 8%. So degrowth would need to be permanently in the first lockdown with all the bad side effects we know, in particular on the young generation. Nobody would want to experience, you see the riots you have in China because they try to go back to big, very severe lockdowns. It's unsustainable. So the alternative is green innovation. The problem is that firms that innovated in dirty technologies in the past, they tend to keep innovating spontaneously in dirty innovations in the future. That's what we call past dependence in the direction of technical change. That means first that creative destruction will help you because new firms, they don't have this problem of past dependence. And the second thing is that the state can redirect the technical change of firms towards green technologies through essentially two legs. One leg is the carbon price, the carbon tax, but one leg is subsidies to green innovation and what I would call smart industrial policy. You have to push for new big technologies. And then it cannot just be done by the private sector. The state has a big role to play, like the state played a big role for the vaccines with the BARDA, or for defense and space in the US with the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. But you need a European equivalent of DARPA, I would call it the European ARPA Energy, to push for these new technologies. And I think that it will be both, not only the carbon price, that's one leg, but the other leg is the industrial policy. Alors now I want to conclude and say essentially two things. I think that, you know, the big challenge ahead of us is to boost productivity growth and to have it greener. Why is it important to boost productivity growth? When we saw in the case of Europe, we are underperforming compared to China and the US regarding innovation. And also we are disindustrializing in Europe. So the only way to recover, you know, the control of value chain is to innovate and reindustrialize smartly. So we have to meet that challenge. But for that, you see, we need both horizontal and vertical policy. Horizontal policy, it's education, it's competition, but we have to invest in education. We have to, and that's the kind of investment we need to make to go about better schools. And the vertical policy is to have smart industrial policy in areas where firms on their own would not do the right thing. You face a coordination problem. You have to coordinate resources and actors. And there you need the DARPA or the BARDA, where the money comes from the ministries. You have team leaders, and these team leaders, they elicit competing labs to meet a challenge like, you know, green technologies, digital, health. You know, in those big areas, we need the equivalent of the DARPA and the BARDA in Europe, and that's to have good governance of industrial policy. So I think that to boost, and I think it's important vis-a-vis also the inflation, because we thought before that raising interest rate would be the best way to counter inflation. Of course, when inflation becomes too big, you need to increase interest rates, but it will not solve your problem because of Emmanuel Fary. Emmanuel Fary has transformed macroeconomics by showing the importance of production chains. We know that prices go up also because you have some bottlenecks in the supply chain, and because the supply does not follow the demand. And increasing interest rate there will be no good, because if we discourage firms from producing and investing, which will worsen this catching up of supply to demand. So of course you need some increase in interest rate, but not huge. And you should supplement monetary policy by smart fiscal policy, which is fiscal policy with good industrial policy behind, which targets the bottlenecks, which targets the places where supply does not catch up with demand. So it's a completely new way to look at inflation. The basic way to fight inflation is to increase productivity and to have a supply side policy, so that supply catches up with demand and we eliminate the bottlenecks, and therefore we can overcome inflation in the long run. I think those policies are important. So that leaves me to the last part. What kind of policy should we do? And there I believe that the guy who always is ahead of us is Mario Draghi. What did Mario Draghi do in Italy? Italy is a high debt country. What did Mario Draghi do? He said, okay, I will pursue state reform to reduce recurrent spending, but then I will get credibility vis-a-vis the financial markets and vis-a-vis the European partners to be able to borrow more, even though I'm indebted, to invest in education, in health, in digital, in innovation in general, research and development. And that's what Draghi is trying to do. And so it's a new way to look at Maastricht. Before, with Maastricht, we were looking just at the total amount of public spending. The idea with Draghi is to say, no, don't look at the total amount, look at the composition of public spending. Try to reduce the non-growth and non-environment part of the spending to invest in growth and the environment, and make sure you have good governance of these investments. So, for example, in France, it's crucial that we do the pension reform. We don't work enough in France. Both the hours, you know, it's a huge fight to get the French City Hall to impose 35 hours of work per week to the civil servants working in the City Hall in Paris. You see, it's just me. I always say I love so much the 35 hours that I do them twice. You see, I do 70 hours. So we have to work more, and we will have to increase the duration of work before you are entitled to full retirement. Why? Because that will increase the rate of activity in France. It will increase the rate of employment. It will reduce the amount of recurrent spending, and that will give the French government the credibility to invest more and better in education, in health, in reindustrialization, in labor market policy. And that's the way to think, with, of course, good governance of schools, more autonomy for the schools, good governance of industrial policy, which should need more DARPA and BARDA type, not the old way to do industrial policy, better governance of hospitals. The hospitals in France are horribly badly governed. Everybody is going to private sector, like the education minister in France is putting his children in a private school. So that has to be stopped. And we have to work on the governance of the public investment. But you see, it's a new doctrine, more demanding. You look at the composition of public spending, and you look at the governance of the spending that you devote to education, health, and industrial policy. And I think that's the way forward, because that's a way to have a good policy that will boost productivity growth and green innovation. And I think that's the only way forward. And that's what but always taking into account the heterogeneity of actors. For example, let me just end up with the thing. We have a very bad system of research tax credit in France. 40% of the total research tax credit goes to the 100 largest firms in France, even though a substantial share of these large firms are large, not because they make bigger innovation, but because they have bigger ranks of situation, not because they are bigger innovators. So we have to change the system. The problem in France is whenever you want to touch the research tax credit, the large firms blackmail and they say, you do any change, I will outsource. But this is no longer acceptable. You see, we changed the tax system in France over the past 5 years. So this has to change. And you see, it's very important when you design the research tax credit that you look not only at the fact that there are high rents and low rents firms, but that the source of rent heterogeneity is also heterogeneous. You have firms that make grants because they are big innovators, which has big knowledge spillovers, but there are firms that make big grants because just they have, you know, big ranks of situation, lobbying. They are good at, lobbying with the government to get good regulation, and or to bypass regulation. There's been very interesting work on Italy by Ufuk, Axigit, Francesca Lotti, and Salome Baslande, showing that the small firms in Italy, they grow mostly because they innovate more, but when they become large, they spend more money on, on politicians. And so you have to be very careful, not only that you have high rents firms and low rents firms, but also that the source of rents is heterogeneous itself. And the tax credit should take both into account. And you see how, again, how taking the heterogeneity into account in a much finer way will make us do much better policies. I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
For reminding these things in such an intimidating room of the Cour des Comptes, who is certainly very courageous to talk these words in this very place. And in any case, I would like also to thank not only Philippe but our panelists that were very informative and effective in their discussion. So please, let's join in an applause to them as well. And now I think it's time for a well-deserved coffee break, and we resume here at 4.
prospective developments for innovation and competitiveness. Our speakers today, I'll tell you how the session will be structured. Our first speaker will be Alexandre Hopsa, who is the chief economist of the DG Research and Innovation at the Commission. And he will be presenting us a report, the SRIP report, Science, Research and Innovation Performance of the EU. So we'll have this as a first part of the session, and then we will interact with the rest of the speakers. Most of them are on stage. One of them is online. We'll see her later. Let me introduce them to you right now. The first one, and I think you're sitting in the right order on stage, so that's good. It is Philippe Martin. I'm happy to have Philippe here for many reasons. First of all, because we are colleagues at Sciences Po. He's the dean of the we have a EAP School of Public Affairs. He's also professor of economics at Sciences Po and president of the Conseil d'analyse économique. We also have online, I don't know if you see her on screen, Monika Schnitzer, who is a member of the German Council of Economic Experts. There is also Filippo Di Mauro. Sorry, I'm jumping over Frances Juan, whom I should introduce first. And thanks for being here, Frances. She's the president of the Irish National Productivity Board, which is, I think it's our oldest board. I learned this morning. I didn't know the board was so old, but here you are, and that's probably why Ireland has such a productivity performance. And finally, Filippo Di Mauro, who is the master of a database which we all know in this field, which is CompNet. And I have to disclose that we used to be colleagues at the European Central Bank in a previous life. So thanks again for being here. There have been changes relative to the original program. First of all, because Moritz Schularik has just become a father a couple of days ago, so for very good reasons, he couldn't be with us today. But we keep him for another session, obviously. So Sasa, maybe I should give you the floor for the presentation of the report. You have about 20 minutes, and then we'll start with the topics and discussion.
There should also be some slides on the screen soon. I don't see anything as yet. But before they appear, let me thank very much. You can see. Okay, that's perfect. I don't see here, so it will be challenging to get to the right slide. But okay. So let me thank very much to the organizers for. You cannot see slides.
They should be working on it. They were ready, so they will come up shortly, I'm sure. Let me check.
So, again, the third time, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this great conference. I think it's very timely from the macroeconomic point of view, because these discussions on productivity are very important, in particular at this moment. It's also timely from a micro perspective, my personal perspective, because in DG R&I we're currently finalizing a report which comes out every 2 years. It's called a report on science, research and innovation performance in the EU. And it will be published basically next week. So you have a very exclusive preview of the main messages. The report is quite substantive, so I will focus only on some main aspects, and I think I selected reasonably well, because I think most of the graphs and points I'll be making will be to some extent at least familiar to you, because the previous speakers have pointed on many of them. So we have started drafting the report basically in the midst of the COVID crisis. So it was initially supposed to be focusing on how Europe has dealt with COVID-19, how R&I, both research and innovation, because in my speech I will be not focusing only on science, but on innovation more broadly, because this is very crucial. So how R&I has helped to get us through the crisis, and then maybe how it will be helpful also in the future. Shortly before we finished the drafting phase, the Russian invasion of Ukraine came in, a huge shock, which to some extent, I dare say, may have even more profound repercussions on our lives in the future. So effectively, we find ourselves between two crises. The moderately optimistic spin which we wanted to give to the report obviously is gone, and we're looking forward for uncertain times. So that's the subtitle of our report, Building a Sustainable Future in Uncertain Times, which I think coincidentally very nicely fits also with the topic of the conference. So another lucky confluence. So in our report, as I've mentioned, we are looking at the role of research and innovation, and how it can help us to build sustainable but also inclusive and more resilient future. We have structured messages basically in 6 blocks. First, how R&I can help first to build forward better. I mean, there is the narrative which you very well know, build back better, but we wanted to give it a twist to build forward better, because we don't want to do the same things as we were doing in the past. I think we have to do them differently. We have to go to a different steady state than what the trajectory was leading us before. And in this part, we are looking at how transformative R&I can help sustainable development. Very important, the second aspect is how to gain or regain competitiveness, very much linked to the discussions today. Productivity, for also competitiveness vis-a-vis the main competitors in the world. We're finding ourselves in the digital era, which poses a lot of challenges and in a way, on one hand helps, on the other hand complicates things. A new angle, which we have been talking about resilience for quite a while. I mean, you remember the big financial crisis, and then afterwards discussions how to make euro area more resilient. But it was all kind of specific, looking at this economic aspect. But now we were hit by a series of crises and shocks, and it's most likely it will not stop. So there is now really genuine discussion on how to make the system as a whole more resilient and prepared for these future shocks. So there you see the black swan. I will argue that I would rather use another animal as a symbol of this, but this is also a very important aspect. And R&I can be helpful in this respect too. And then other 3 messages on how to make the best of R&I. On the one hand, we should leverage businesses, institutions, and people. We have to make sure that these actors are well connected, and then that we act on existing disparities. And I think this is a very important point which perhaps was not mentioned as strongly today, so there might be some novelty in my talk as well. And also ensuring R&I friendly conditions more in general. So let me start with the first aspect. I would echo the point which Philip made previously, that we need growth, we need productivity, but on the positive side, this does not necessarily have to go only hand in hand with increasing CO2 emissions. Because I would say the defining challenge of our generation is how to make sure that we deal with the challenges posed by the climate change. Now, in the current situation, the policy attention is shifting in different attentions, and in some ways we are stepping back on the commitment to reduce CO2 emissions and then get to neutral state by 2050. But we should not. I think it is very important that also within this context we are thinking in this direction, because according to the IPCC reports, the most recent ones, the window of opportunity is closing very, very fast. And there are positive news in the sense we can decouple. What you see in this graph is that many countries, also developed, maybe less developed ones, they have managed to do so. Now, obviously, the issue is the extent. I mean, we're still by far not there, and then much more effort needs to be done, but we could go in that direction. And R&I can be very helpful in this respect. According to different studies, in order to reach the climate neutrality by the mid of this century, there will be a huge role for technologies. And technologies which have not been properly developed or deployed as yet. So science can play a very important role, and Europe can be also an important player in this regard. I mean, in general, it's true that in terms of scientific production or patenting, Europe has been losing ground, in particular vis-à-vis China. So if you look at the relative positions, and then that you can see also on these circles, the inner ones are, I think they refer to 2008, and the outer ones to 2018. So you see the part of the pie for Europe has shrank. But in terms of absolute numbers, we're increasing. We're producing more, and here these are 10% of highly cited scientific publications. The point here is that Europe is doing still reasonably well in a number of these what one would call grand societal challenges related to health, food and bioeconomy, energy, secure societies, climate and environment, and transport. So although China has been gaining ground very importantly, Europe is still doing all right, and we can also base our specialization, in some of these areas, in particular climate, environment, or energy, which is very important these days. A similar picture, maybe slightly more positive, regards patenting. Because there, although China has been doing extremely well in terms of publications, but also patents, still it's more difficult to translate, the kind of first scientific discoveries into something which is practical and embedded in patents. So here, Europe is doing quite well, and then remains the top worldwide patent applicant in fields of climate and environment, for energy, but also transport. So these are fields where Europe can do well. We could develop our capabilities here, and that can also help us not only to solve these grand societal challenges, but also boost growth and productivity. Just to show you how at the EU level, what is the contribution to these efforts. So we do a little bit of accounting exercise and then try to see how many of these thousands of publications which actually form the ground for the IPCC reports, how many of them have been partially or fully financed from the EU level. And then there you can see that it's around 12%. So actually, it's pretty substantial contribution to building our knowledge base and seeing what impact climate change has and how important acting on it is. It has already been mentioned. Now in the phase of recovery from COVID-19, the Recovery and Resilience Facility has been an important player. I will not give you again the whole story with all the numbers, though it is important to keep in mind that this is quite substantial and important. Almost 700 billion of euros, both in loans and in grants. And good news is that R&I plays a very important role there. So around 45 billion out of this overall envelope is directed towards R&I. Of course, this varies quite a lot across countries. So in some countries, the share of R&I related spending is 2, 3, 4% of the overall envelope. In others, it can go up to 20%. So very important. Now, let me turn to the competitiveness issue. We have been discussing the drivers of productivity. We did some exercise ourselves. Here you can see the drivers, which basically the message is human capital is the main thing, which is driving productivity. Also for intangible investments, they play important role, either be it ICT or R&I investments. So all these kind of new types of investment need to be on our radar. Just to show that we are going in the right direction, though not maybe as fast as we would like to. So this graph shows the shares of enterprises that provide training to upgrade ICT skills of their personnel. So in most countries, improvements over last years, but as you can see, still EU as an average somewhere at around 22-23%. Much less than countries like the UK or Norway. In terms of spending on R&I I think this is a long story and an indicator which people usually pay a lot of attention to. If you manage to spot EU in this graph, the blue line, I think the second or third from the bottom, we're now slightly over 2% of GDP. So there is some increase over last 2 decades from 2000, when more or less the Barcelona 3% target has been defined, but we are far from there. And some of our competitors, which you can see in the graph, they're increasing, they're above and increasing very fast. Just to show you how far we are from this 3% of GDP target. So in 2020, the gap was some 91 billion euros. So very substantial. It seems as if it has declined slightly, but it stays around this more or less 100 billion over those 2 decades. What is interesting is to look at the composition of R&D spending. And that you, well, cannot see terribly well in this graph, but you will have to trust me to some extent. And this shows actually the private R&D, which is linked to another point. It's not necessarily the R&D as a whole. What is important is also the composition, and also to what extent private R&D plays an important role, because private R&D is typically more related to innovations and products which are closer to the market and which then make practical impact on productivity growth. So private R&D spending in Europe has a very different composition than for example in the US or in China. Our problem is that the share of kind of high R&D intensity sectors is smaller in the European economy. It accounts around for 50%. And then here we're talking about ICT production, ICT use or health related sectors. In US, for example, this accounts for 80%. So bigger. So sectors which invest a lot in R&D are bigger in these countries. And that could have been seen quite a lot throughout the COVID-19 crisis, because last year private R&D investments in Europe have declined. And this was driven mostly, if not entirely, by the sectoral composition. Because throughout COVID, you will not be surprised to hear sectors which were expanding their R&D investments were ICT and health. Those which were contracting was automobile and then also aerospace. Right? Then when you think about the composition of the European economy, clearly we have a lot of automobile, also quite a bit of aerospace, and relatively less health and ICT compared to US. So this was driving the result in Europe down. Now, I think it was yesterday actually, a new data coming from a sample of EU companies have been published by Eurostat or GRC. And it seems that we are recovering after COVID. Still, all the sectors are growing, but again, the bad news is US, China growing faster than Europe. So there is clearly an issue here. Now, on thinking the unthinkable, I promised you this other animal. So on the one hand, we have the black swans, which are very famous. So these rare events with huge impact, which are difficult or impossible to predict. When people talk about COVID, the big financial crisis, people tend to use the black swan analogy. It's not entirely the case. I mean, for example, with COVID, with pandemics, there have been experts who have been talking about them for ages, but they were not really that much listened to. That's why I like more of comparing these events to gray rhinos, which are supposed to be these big animals which you can see from afar if you look properly. You can, when you see it, you can start running and then hide. If you don't do it, once the gray rhino starts moving, you have a problem. And that was exactly the problem which we had COVID with the big financial crisis. What to do with this? Well, you have to prepare. I mean, of course, there will be black swans. For black swans, you want some flexibility in the system, because once they come, you have to adjust, and you probably can't do much more than that. With black rhinos, you can. You can do foresight exercises. You can try to prepare, increase flexibility, have some response plans, and these things should be done much more, and not only done because we have been doing in the Commission foresight exercises for quite a while, but it's also important that policy makers listen. So now hopefully they have learned the lesson, and then there will be more demand for this type of long-run risk assessments, and which will then be translated into tangible steps. Now, in terms of leveraging different players, we have been talking about human capital, about workers. What I have not mentioned as yet much were firms. Philip referred to this. In Europe, we have an issue, and this has been discussed for quite a while. We don't have enough startups, we don't have enough scale-ups, we don't have enough unicorns. And this is not just kind of some sort of hype. These companies, the new, young, fast-developing companies, they bring innovations, and the innovations which basically distort the system, the disruptive ones, which is exactly what you need in the situation where we are, with the climate change challenges. So that's why we need to have strong startup ecosystems. Now, in this graph, what I'm showing you the positive side. So Europe is not doing that bad in terms of new startups. So here it shows the emerging startup ecosystems, and then there Europe is doing reasonably fine. If I showed you another graph which is counting the number of existing startup ecosystems, there Europe is not doing that well. There, I think we account for some 20%, whereas China has 27% and US 50%. If we looked at the situation of scale-ups, there I think the issue would be even starker. So this is the main weakness which Europe currently has. And also in terms of unicorns, you can see some growth, but compared to some other parts of the world, still we're underperforming quite a bit. So this is an issue that one obviously needs to pay an important attention to. One more point here. It is important how all these actors, how they work together. And Europe has had a problem with, which is sometimes called this innovation paradox, that we generate a lot of innovations, but have troubles to get them to the market. So it's important to build and strengthen the knowledge valorization, and make sure that not only we produce, but also translate these innovations into high quality patents, and then into products which may then also be exported to the rest of the world. So this is what you see in this graph. Now, on connecting actors, a very important aspect in Europe is the geographical divide. So, and then that one basically exists between countries, but also within countries. So here on this graph, you see the degree of collaborations in patenting within regions of the same country, within the whole country, and then across countries in Europe. And you can see that most of these collaborations, vast majority of these collaborations, is very local. And this stands in stark contrast, for example, with the US. I mean, with colleagues, we did some analysis, network analysis, and there you can see in Europe, really, if someone cooperates, it's very short distance within country, within a region, or for adjacent regions, not really on the basis of kind of more general complementarities. In the US, for example, you have regions which can be located across different states. They have similar comparative advantages, and they cooperate. In Europe, this doesn't happen, and that's a big problem. A similar take on this, we also try to look at the spatial concentration of core technologies. because this is what we are discussing a lot these days, that we need to invest or become strong in the modern important technologies like quantum computing, digital communications and so on and so forth. The problem is that these technologies are very spatially concentrated. They're complex and not everyone can do them. And this obviously has then implications how one is running the overall regional innovation policy. Not everyone can do quantum computers. So there one needs to kind of think how to actually leverage the potential strengths of different regions and do this in a smart way. There is also EU skills divide. So here you can see the individuals and how they're equipped with digital skills varies quite a bit, not only across countries, but also according to whether these individuals live in cities, towns and suburbs or rural areas, which is obviously a big problem and points to unused human capital in big parts of Europe. And last but not least, one needs to make sure that there is high quality R&I conditions. Just as a teaser, I gave you one graph here which shows the correlation between regulatory quality and global innovation index. And then there you can see quite tight fit, apart from China, which is doing quite a lot in terms of, quite well in terms of innovation, but regulatory quality is not terrific there. One point which I would like to make here, in the modern kind of policy making in terms of innovation, obviously you need to be agile, flexible, experiment, and this is something which is not easy, something that we are also thinking about and trying to push forward. Definitely promising, but still quite long way to go. So with this, here you see the 6 main messages from our report. Here is the report itself, how it will look basically beginning next week, and then I would obviously invite you to consult our website. If you have then any questions, comments, we'll be happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tessa, for this overview and for the primer, because I had not understood that it has not been published yet, but now we have the content. And it's also good to bring us back to the targets, the Barcelona targets. I mean, it's a long time ago, and indeed, there's still some way to go. And this geographic dimension is also a way, another way to look at network effects in the European context. So let me give the floor now to Philippe. Philippe, I think you have slides, and you were going to speak about the resilience strategies in Europe and their impact for productivity. So Philippe, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Natasha. So indeed, I chose to approach this issue of the productivity through the link with resilience in the context of globalization. So basically, and Alexander mentioned this already, our economies have been hit by several shocks. If you think of COVID, the war in Ukraine, and we can think that there will be many other shocks, geopolitical, strategic, economic shocks on our economies. And with the potential, clearly, of negative impact of these shocks on the resilience of our economies and therefore also on our productivity. But at the same time, we know that globalization that may have generated some of these vulnerabilities have a positive impact on productivity in most of the cases. So the question I want to ask is there a productivity cost to resilience? We know that there are a lot of strategies to increase resilience of our economies, but is there a productivity cost to that? How can we minimize this cost, if there is one? And are there some policies, are there strategies that can at the same time increase resilience of the economy and productivity? So that's what I'm going to try to look at in this short presentation, which is very, very, very much based on the work by Xavier Jaravel from LSE and Isabelle Méjean at Sciences Po for a report at the Conseil d'analyse économique, the French Council of Economic Analysis, which, and I'm doing a bit of publicity also, is on our website, of course, in French and in English. Okay, so the diagnosis that we have is that indeed supply vulnerabilities can affect the competitiveness of our economies, and we see that right now for some of the supply chains. But resilience strategies have a cost, and the core message of the note is to say that to be efficient, the resilience strategy, has actually to be very targeted. And also based a lot more on data, and I think here we can have a lot of progress with a strategic use of data, because in fact there's a lot of data on this resiliency issues and vulnerabilities of our supply chains that we don't use. Of course, it's important to talk to firms and to try to understand with them where their vulnerabilities are, except that some of them tell us they don't know, actually. But it's important we have a wealth of data that is underused at the national level, and I have to say also at the Commission level. So I would encourage a strategy based very much on data, on customs data in particular, and with methods of stress test. And basically the idea is very simple, that clearly the resilience strategy has to be different for depending on the identification of where the vulnerability is. Sometimes you will want to use a strategy of diversification of your supply chain, sometimes you will want to use storage, and sometimes you will want to support innovation in some specific sectors. So the important first step is to identify these vulnerabilities, and clearly here it's important to have the economic framework on the link between productivity and vulnerabilities. So we know clearly COVID-19 has exposed quite a lot of these, but on average what academic research shows is that actually trade openness does not imply more vulnerability, more aggregate vulnerability, more volatility in GDP, because there are actually two effects that go in opposite direction and more or less balance each other. On the one hand, it's true that access to international markets is actually a tool to diversification of the demand risk and the supply risk, and that reduces volatility. And in fact, we've seen that even during the COVID crisis. But at the same time, it's true that globalization induces some specialization at the sectoral level, at the firm level, that increases potential volatility at the micro level. We also know that the globalization of value chains has had an impact in terms, and positive impact in terms of productivity. I mean, there's a good reason to have these very long global supply chains, is to minimize cost and to increase productivity. But the increased exposure to external shocks and this granularity that is produced by these supply chains increases the supply vulnerabilities. So let me give you some examples of the way we can use, in particular, data to identify where the vulnerabilities are. So I'm sorry, I'm going to do it for the French case, but actually I think that the French case is not specific, and you can use the same methodology for other countries. So the way we define a vulnerable input, and from that point of view, I don't think we're very original, is according to 3 criteria. The input originates mostly from suppliers outside of the EU. It's concentrated on a small number of supplier countries, So technically, the Erfindal is more than 50%. And in the case of France, but it could be a European company, a single French company represents 90% of imports. In this case, we call this highly vulnerable in this case. And so when you do this, in the French case, on basically 10,000 inputs, we go at a very fine level, 8-digit level. So I'm going to give you some specific inputs. They are very, very precise, and that's the wealth of the customs data from that point of view. So what we do is that we identify around, among 10,000 inputs, we identify something like around 644 which have these two first criteria that I was talking about, and 122 where they are highly vulnerable in the sense that they have the three criteria I was mentioning. Okay, so the first takeaway is that actually it's pretty I mean, it's yes there are, but actually it's not as if it's a widespread problem. It's actually very targeted and specific to some inputs. And to go a little bit deeper, what you see is that actually the type of vulnerabilities that you have are very strong in chemistry, in agri-food, but of course in some sectors they are pretty much absent. And it's obvious that the vulnerabilities are maybe more important in terms of policy for some inputs like in chemistry or agri-food rather than umbrellas, although today it might have been a strong vulnerability not to have umbrellas. But anyway, strongly, it's not, I would not say this is a strategic issue, and so you have to pick also those sectors that are important. In terms of geographical distribution, you see that actually some countries, and here it's important to compare and to differentiate. I mean, China is maybe more, or China or India may be more a problem than US or Switzerland from that point of view. And just to show you the type of granularity, I'm not going to go through this table, but just to show you the type of granularity that you can have through this customs data, you see that actually you can go at a very, very fine level. Obviously, you know also very well this type of data. Okay, so the strategy that we are thinking of and we're proposing, and from that point of view, I think that other authors have gone in the same direction, is the combination of the diversification of supply sources, storage, but also competitiveness strategy through innovation. And that depends actually on the type of sectors and type of input you're looking at. So promoting diversification of supply sources and strategic alliances when there are other commercial partners that can be mobilized. And of course, it has to be a strategy at the European level. It makes not much sense to do it at the national level. If the diversification is not possible, then potentially you have some strategies which are costly, and there's a cost to that of storage, obviously, or subsidization of storage. And for vulnerable inputs, but which are at the technological frontier, here, and we're coming back to some of the issues you were mentioning, then in this case, I think fostering innovation to produce competitively on the national territory and in Europe is something that maybe you want to encourage. Now, it's important also to measure indirect vulnerabilities. And here again, I think using the statistics, the wealth of statistics that you have, it's not sufficient, but I think it's necessary to use this for an efficient, resilient policy. We also think that having a stress test to have an objective map of the vulnerabilities is important. For also political economy reasons, clearly there are a lot of firms and lots of sectors that are going to come and say, we are vulnerable, we need subsidies to relocation, we need subsidies. I think at some point, both at the national level and at the European level, you need some objectivation of the map of vulnerabilities so as to target if at some point you need some industrial subsidies to innovation or relocation, but these have to be very targeted. So these are the stress tests that I'm talking about, and that's the stress test methodology, which actually in research have been already used, and I think we can go further. But again, I do think that at the national level, at the government level, at the European level, there should be much more use of these instruments. So here, I think this type of instruments, simulations, can make it possible to quantify the potential impact of shocks, but also to identify where you have areas of vulnerability and therefore where you want to intervene, but also where potentially it's not useful to intervene. In the French debate, I have the impression that too often there's this idea that we have to intervene everywhere because the supply vulnerabilities are very important. So that's the last recommendation, that to conduct a stress test of the production network at the national and at the European level. And we produced this note before the war in Ukraine, because we were saying that actually it's not only economists, statisticians that you want to have in this type of committees that look at the vulnerabilities. You want maybe political scientists to be careful about where you have some geostrategic issues that can have then an impact on your supply chains. And I guess that's the end. That's the last point, is that that basically here you can also have a strategy of competitiveness and innovation, because sometimes, in some sense, there's not a trade-off between productivity and resilience, but actually increasing productivity is going to be a way, especially when you are at the technology frontier, to make to have a strategy of increasing productivity, but also to better adapt and be better resilient to external shocks. And that's basically the third type of strategy, where you exit, in some sense, the trade-off between productivity and resilience. Thank you.
Much, Philippe. That was very, very well explained and comprehensive. I wonder, since you mentioned that the note was published before the Ukraine war, I wonder whether those stress tests could be done with respect to the energy sources of energy, primary energy, and energy intensity, depending on the products and sectors. But that's another discussion. Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Monika Schnitzer, who is online, who you should see very soon on the screen. As a member of the German Council of Economic Experts, she will present some specific results from the last National Productivity Board report on innovation, digitalization, and competition. So Monika, I hope you are here.
Yes,
I don't know if you can hear us. Perfect.
I can hear you well.
So far we see me, but we should see you very soon on the screen.
Okay, excellent. I hope you will see me in a moment. I didn't prepare slides because I would rather focus on a few issues that go also a bit beyond the reports that we did. And in particular, well, let me start by saying thank you for including me in this panel. And let me say that I want to focus here in particular on the question whether Europe will be falling behind in terms of innovation, and whether that will undermine its competitiveness, its international competitiveness, and what should be done about that. So let me start by mentioning a few things that have been mentioned by the previous speakers already. We know innovation is a key for productivity growth and the European competitiveness, in particular vis-a-vis the US and China. So I would start with embracing the status quo. Where do we stand in terms of innovation? And we heard already that the R&D ratios have been increasing since the 1990s in most European countries. And these R&D increases are primarily driven by the private sector. Now, we also see that the top European research can indeed keep up with top US research in many fields. That also applies to new technologies and digitization. So take, for example, the fourth industrial revolution, which includes the Internet of Things. In our report by the German Council of Economic Experts in 2020, we documented that European companies jointly hold as many patents as US companies in this field, both around 30% of all global patents. There are two concerns, however. The first concern is whether we will do so in the future as well. When we look, for instance, at patents that are related to artificial intelligence technologies, we see that in relative numbers, Germany and Europe in general are losing ground. So this is what we documented in our report in 2020. We see that European firms used to hold around 15% of global AI-related patents 15 years ago, and that share decreased to less than 10% within a decade. And in Germany in particular, we see that the development has been even more sobering. Its share almost halved from close to 6% to just above 3%. Now, of course, one explanation could be, well, in this period, China has increased its share manifold. At the same time, however, we do see that the US have managed to keep their share constant. And so the question then really is, why did we not manage the same thing? Now, the second concern I have is that in many cases, even where we do hold a leading role in research and development, that is not necessarily translated into profitable business models. Or put more simply, we don't manage to get the horsepower on the road. Now the question is, what is the reason for that? So in order to better understand that, we should look who actually does the research and development in Europe. And again, this is something that we looked at in our 2020 report. We show that in Germany in particular, it's primarily the large companies, even more so than in other European countries. And these large companies are all-time honored companies. Most of them were founded at the beginning of the century, the last century, mind you. And that gives us already a hint at the question, for the question why top inventions are not translated into a new business model. Because, well, the established companies already have a functioning business model. So they would cannibalize this if they replace the old model with a new model based on the new technology. My prime example for that is the automotive industry. Look at big players like in Germany, like Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW. They do hold a large number of patents for electromobility. But for a very long time, they were very reluctant to push this forward. So simply because they continue to make good money with combustion engine cars, they still do. So, by the way, such examples of established companies that are reluctant to push new products also exist in other countries. Let me give you an example of the US, make a little digression here. I've worked a lot with co-authors on one of the former US monopolies, AT&T. And AT&T, when it was a regulated monopolist in the last century, mid-last century, it deliberately held back the development of new products, such as the answering machine or the cell phone, simply because they did not want to endanger their own business with the traditional telephony. That only changed after the breakup of AT&T in 1984, when the new competitors then pushed into the market. But okay, enough with that digression. Let me get back to Europe and to the present situation. What we are missing apparently is new startups that compete with the established companies with disruptive innovations and that can conquer the market. So what we lack, in fact, is something like a European Tesla. Now, let me add a few words on political economy issues here. You should think that politicians will do everything to encourage the emergence of young, innovative companies, and they certainly do. At the same time, politicians also feel a responsibility to protect jobs, and these jobs are currently in the established industries. In Germany, that would be the automotive industry. Now, many regions, many people, many voters, in fact, depend on these jobs. So no wonder that the politicians, both at the local and also at the federal level, are committed to preserving these jobs. And also if the state has a direct stake in these companies, which would be the case for Volkswagen, also for the Commerzbank actually, then the pressure is particularly great that they use their influence in exactly that way, that they will preserve old jobs rather than creating new jobs. So as a consequence of this focus on preserving jobs in traditional industries, politicians listen a lot to established companies, much less to potential newcomers. Well, understandably so, because these new opportunities, these new products are less tangible because they're not yet visible, not to the extent that would be needed. So that means a lot of effort, too much effort, if you will go into helping the old industries rather than helping new businesses. Which may be one of the explanations why the digital markets have not prospered that much in Europe as they should. So in our last productivity report, we document that companies in Europe are increasingly using large data volumes, but at the same time, than say firms in other European countries, and that the small and medium-sized enterprises are making less use of cloud computing than large firms do. We also focus in particular on the platform economy, and we see that here the lack of successful startups is particularly worrisome. There are a number of successful European platforms, that's true, but there is no question that the dominant players in these digital markets are US companies and Chinese companies. Now, each of the 4 largest US platforms is worth more than the 10 largest German companies jointly. Now, in our report, we have identified a number of obstacles that hinder the development and the growth of European platforms and of data-based value creation in general. And these are the lack of data access, for instance, also a shortage of skilled workers, concerns about cybersecurity, which are particularly prevalent in Germany, it seems, and also very much so a lack of competition. So that brings me to my final question then. What is the role that politics can play here in fostering the success of European innovation and competitiveness? And let me start by saying what politics should not do. I think it should not use industrial policy in order to promote time-honored established companies into European champions. My concern is that would be the end of innovation. I think what we should be doing is, first, we should use public procurement to give innovative startups a chance. Public procurement really can make a difference in fostering new solutions developed by new companies. But often regulations don't allow that because they're just too new. Second, we need to make sure that the startups can grow quickly on a European-wide level. And for this, we need to deepen the single market, in particular for the digital market. We all know economies of scale, network effects, all this is key to many of the new technologies, especially in this digital era. So the size of the market really plays a key role, and we haven't really used it to the extent that we could and should in Europe. And third, I'm convinced that the best way to foster the startups and innovation is to ensure competition. And this is where the EU, with the EU Antitrust Authority, has actually a very strong record, I think. The very fact that this authority is not dominated by a single country has made sure that European antitrust rulings has not been abused by local interests and national companies. So what we need to make sure is that this continues to be done in the same way in the future, and so that it's actually able to keep markets competitive and contestable in the digital area as well. And this is where the Digital Markets Act, I think, is a step in the right direction. So here, key rules are things like portability and interoperability, and that hopefully then, if enforced in the proper way, will ensure the contestability of markets. So let me summarize. I think a truly future-oriented industrial policy would make public procurement focus on new solutions from new providers from all over Europe. And it would help these companies grow by securing their access to a single European market without any borders. And it would make sure that their competitive chances are protected by tough antitrust rules. I think that really would move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, for also for linking the content of the report to those higher level issues, the market structure and practice at the level of the enterprise. Thanks again. I will now give the floor back to the room, if I may say so, to Filippo. Filippo Di Mauro is here and will speak about innovation and skewed impact across firms, if I noted well, and the decline of business dynamism. So Filippo, I think you had slides, and they are probably being set. I don't see the room right now, but they should be set up. Right. It's getting ready as I see here.
So, okay, so thank you very much again. Really great to be here. What I'm planning to do in a few minutes today, this afternoon, is actually follow up a bit on what I was mentioning this morning regarding our sort of new way of going into more granular data, and showing you some results related to the intangible and productivity sort of dimension, and also point on some difficulties also that we have to take into consideration all the time when we are talking about intangibles, which is the definition of intangibles, the measurement of intangibles. I'm not sure that, do you see the slides? Okay, so I'm going to stand up and then see, because I don't see here, so it's impossible to present like that. So, okay, so what, how do I do this? So first of all, let me start, we have to improvise. So we have two policy research questions that we want to answer in this respect. So one question is, are intangible assets associated with higher profit, firm size, and productivity, so with firm results? Is it so that more intangible assets are related to better firm results, right? You say yes, we know, but we will show you how. And if this is the case, how these results relate to concentration, market power, and wage? So meaning to say, if there is a higher productivity going on, is also market power increasing, some inefficiencies in the just mentioned competition system going on. So this is the two questions that we have. And as anticipated, can I see? Okay, so I'm asked to return to the chair. So, if, as I was mentioning before, what we do is assessing these policy research questions along different metrics, because again, the issue of how to measure intangibles is very important, right? So that is basically the bottom line. So let's define first intangibles. Well, intangibles is by definition, intangible is very difficult, is not tangible, so it's by definition very difficult to measure. Of course, Alex knows very well. And we have actually, what I'm going to show you are two sources of data for intangibles, the two component micro-based data sets that we are currently use. On the one hand, there is a more granular data set, which is called the microdata infrastructure. It's a more granular. I mentioned this morning how we are going to expand this, and is available only for 6 countries, France, Netherlands, and a few Nordic countries. So in these data sets, we can have lots of proxies of intangibles, and they're listed here. I'm not going to mention, but say investment in concessions and patent licenses, innovation organization capital from innovation survey, share of personnel using computers, R&D intensity, and others. So So what we do is basically, for this data set, we connect business registers, so balance sheet data, with specific surveys which are related to those indicators. On the other hand, we have a more aggregated data set that we use. This is the component data set. Their intangible is defined within the balance sheet. So it's just a balance sheet item, right? So it's a relatively aggregate figure. So now the idea is that to see whether this kind of two data sets provide roughly the same ideas or the same results in terms of, economics going on, right? So first of all, we start with the broader picture, which is derived from the component data set, so the most aggregated definition of intangibles. Well, there are lots of points that you see there. These are sectors and countries. There are about 20 countries, European countries, that are in component. Well, you can see that there is a line going on, right? Positive. So as expected, intangible investment, so defined within the balance sheet, are positively correlated across sectors and countries. So this is, again, as expected. But now, one thing that was mentioned several times already, certainly in bilateral conversation that I had this morning, is that these intangible investments are very much concentrated only in certain firms. They are not all the firms doing investment in intangibles. But what you see here is that only the very top firms, the last percentile on the right, invest high share of their revenues in intangible assets. Here what you see maybe is very, very small, but these are like about 20 countries in Europe, and you can see that this is like the distribution of intangibles. You can see that invariably is very much concentrated on the right-hand side. Of course, you can identify your country to see if it's less worse than others, but say the main picture is basically this, right? So high concentration within just one part of the firms. Now, let's look into instead the more granular data. I'm not entering into so much detail here, but I want to show you that by using a more granular data sets, you are going to possibly have slightly different results. So this convergence towards this concentration on the right-hand side is not necessarily so for all the definitions of intangible investment. So basically, this is a word of caution. When we are looking into intangibles, let's be clear, what are we defining intangible for? And obviously, let's check if the various measures are consistently telling you the same story. But obviously, or even for this case, you see that there is a very high orange sort of line. So for that indicator, also in the more granular data set, there is quite a bit of a concentration on the right-hand side. So this implies that even this more granular data set will show that, again, intangible investments are concentrated only on a few sort of frontier firms, so-called, right? So, and this is basically firm results. The profit and revenue are highly skewed when using innovation index as a proxy for intangibles. Now, let's go into sort of index of more concentration. So when we have been thinking about and discussing during today also about the tendency of the big firms of getting the whole market, the Googles, the Amazon, that are basically getting monopolistic, gathering all the shares right in the market. So what we have been doing here is basically constructing an index of concentration and looking into the relationship within market concentration. So how concentrated is a market in various markets, in various sectors, in various countries, and the intangibles. You can see that there is quite a bit of a positive correlation going on, right? So you would expect that, in a sense, sort of higher intangible will be bringing about more concentration. But as I was mentioning before, is this higher concentration meaning that you have a more ineffective competitive market going on? Well, if you look at the connection with the markups, you can see that actually this is not the case. So the fact it looks like markups are not necessarily positively correlated with intangible investment. So this is actually, kind of a positive news in a sense, so that not necessarily higher intangible, higher concentration means more ineffective and uncompetitive markets. So, so therefore, those firms not necessarily can enjoy undue market power. So let me conclude with just one additional note of caution here, which is a bit the story that I was discussing with Leon of the Dutch Productivity Board this morning, which is kind of, while the aggregate information on intangible will tell us that there is not really markups increasing, the fact when you enter into more granular data, and here we have data for France and the Netherlands on say, profit concentrations over the year, so how the profit is concentrated in a smaller share of firms. But you can see that very clearly you have a great differentiation between high knowledge intensive firms, which is, I think, I'm daltonic, but I think is the red line, the one that actually goes up, that one, both for France and the Netherlands, versus actually the general sort of knowledge. So this kind of picture will tell us that, well, while on aggregate markups is not increasing, profit concentration in this more granular data set will tend to show instead that the picture is not so great. There is a lots of concentration in profits and going on dramatically, and for both countries, France and Netherlands. We are going to check for other countries as well. So now, so what the conclusions of this is, intangible assets are clearly a key variable, to measure all innovation and all things that we discussed today. They imply, however, measurement challenges, and we have been showing some of the results in looking at different data sources for this. Now, intensity, one of the take-home messages, just since we are at the end of the day, maybe a couple of messages that you want to retain with you. Intensity in intangible assets is associated with better firm performance, so intangibles are good, so we want to have more intangible going on, right? Because this increases productivity, growth, and so on. But this is particularly so for the top firms, which can enjoy better the benefits of intangible intensity. When we look instead at the issue of whether this concentration in intangible and in better firm having higher intangible will imply sort of a less competitive market, well, I think that the jury is still out. So I think that this is very much the thing that we are thinking about studying further. And we need, of course, your help for that. So thank you very much for your attention, and stay tuned on www.compnet.org. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Filippo, for your contribution through CompNet and for your presentation. Now, it echoes a bit what Chiara was saying this morning and also repeated in the previous panel. But I think this focus on the informativeness of intangibles means that we should invest more in measuring them better, valuing them better, and looking at their effect. I give the floor now to our last speaker, Frances, who will have a sort of a show reaction to everything that has been said from her Irish perspective, also from her perspective more broadly, before we close this session and we move to the final speech of the conference. Frances, the floor is yours.
And I just was asked yesterday to say a few pointers, if you like, about challenges at this stage for the euro area. And just kind of echoing back a little bit to this morning, I think it's useful to distinguish between, or to talk about both immediate challenges and longer term challenges. And one of the reasons being that it's very hard to get current decision makers, and particularly the political system, to engage with something that doesn't echo into the close present. And I think that when we're talking about competitiveness and productivity, they're ultimately medium to longer term policies that are going to make the difference. But to get them onto the current agenda, having an echo into that agenda is important. So just a couple of pointers on immediate issues. We're all aware, are we post-COVID? I used that word originally, I think, in May 2020, and then I stopped using it because we realized you couldn't know when you were going to be post-COVID. But we do have to manage, I think, the unraveling of the supports that have been put in place for that, and that I think is important for the dynamic that we've been talking about over the course of today of firms and firm behaviour, and also deal with the fiscal and the competition consequences, because we've gone light on competition over the last number of years for all sorts of understandable reasons. But again, as just been pointed out, competition is crucial, in fact, to get the innovation dynamic in the economy back in place. I think Ukraine has just landed on us with a suddenness that we kind of felt I felt my generation, we'd had our big shock, and here was another one, war on the European mainland. But of course it's had differential effects across the EU. But what's really crucial, and actually Philippe sort of touched on it, there's a sense in which we're into a different risk environment than we've been in. We actually have got ourselves into a space where we haven't done that. And the question I would ask is generally, are risk frameworks adequate? In Ireland, after the financial crisis, we set up a national risk assessment, national risk register, which is looked at every year. Now, whether anything's done about it might be another day's work, but at least the whole system has to look at what the risks are. And I recall I think 2013 was the first year, one of the risks down there was Brexit, and I thought that was very funny at the time. I didn't ever imagine that was going to happen in 2013, but somebody had recognised that it was a risk. There was a discussion about black swans, and I was delighted to meet the grey rhino. I think he's a very interesting animal. But there's another animal that I've been introduced to, and I want to introduce all of you to, which is the black elephant in the room. And I think some of the issues that, with regard to the financial crisis, the elephant was in the room. There were lots of it, and we want to be very careful. I think risk frameworks help us to avoid getting into those situations in the future. I'm delighted to see the use of the trade data being used to look at supply chain adjustments, and I think in the context of, let's call it more cautious globalization, whereas we were on a kind of, nearly call it a frenzied globalization. And those kind of data I know have been used in Ireland for looking at Brexit with regard to north and southern trade. And it's very much down to that very granular investment. But I think it's a fantastic potential to look at that. The other issue, which has barely got a mention today, and that's not because I don't think we're all not aware of it, because we can't but be aware of it, is the question of managing inflation and the associated narratives at national levels in relation to that. This has come up a couple of times today, that it's around the supply side policies that you make the long-term developments. But actually, the political pressure is always on immediate action, and most immediate action tends to be on the demand side, which is on the wrong side of the equation in terms of dealing with inflation. And I don't think that's been really as well addressed. I think it would be very useful for Europe to actually have narratives on inflation that could be used across countries, because there's a tendency for something like inflation, just judging by, I really follow mostly the Irish and the UK media, but there's a tendency to think we're the only government that's not managing to keep prices under control. And in fact, of course, this is a much more widespread situation. And then finally, as I say, I think there are, in the immediate terms, reasons to look at recalibrating issues around the competition agenda and also the working of the single market. So just a couple of longer term ones. And I think getting public engagement on long-term issues is a real challenge for the economics profession, because it's not immediately something that people are going to want to know about or think about, and the media are not very interested in it. If you look at productivity, it doesn't change much from year to year. What's been really exciting in the last 5 or 6 years has been all the new data sources to look at productivity, and that's got it, I think, much more into the public discussion and the wider economics discussion, which I think is really, really good. I think the Commission-led transition policies are quite good in terms of getting people into that long-term space. But of course, the elephant in the room is demography, which it's been on everybody's list. We in Ireland have been about to deal with pensions for, I think, about 25 years. And we sort of say, well, we're not as bad as the rest of Europe, and let's see how they manage it. And so we move on 25 years, and we still haven't actually worked what is the best way to approach some of the demographic issues. But the issues are already present in the ageing workforce in Europe. So there's a sense in which some of the productivity issues we're seeing today may well reflect skills and aging in the population, and we're choosing not to do that. So, I mean, question which came up so often today in all the comparisons is, you know, why does our total factor productivity lag behind the US? We try more and more to understand it, and I think that's a good focus. Except I would be kind of taking the reference point of singly the USA. For a lot of reasons at the moment, I don't think the USA is the greatest example to put out in front of people in relation to how the wider economy is working, particularly in a world where people are concerned with fragility, economic fragility, with inequality, etc. So I think looking out at other countries, as was done actually in some of the charts I saw today, I think is a really good thing. It's been the common thing for us to say US versus EU, but I think we should move away from that. I think we should look a lot more internally as well. And I mean, I always used to say to students when I taught, there's no such thing as a European market. There are 27 markets in Europe. And there's a sense in which some of the statistics being discussed today, you know, things don't happen in Europe. People don't talk across countries in the same way as they might do within the United States. But that's who we are. So I think there's quite a lot we can probably learn from each other and look out at the same time. So finally, just a point. It's very great to see the notion of harnessing the data even more than they have been done at the moment. I don't know when we turn to start looking at the questions. I don't know when we start to feed into Eurostat or feed into the other data sets. Are we actually asking the right questions for now? Do we need to do that more systematically? Most statistical agencies say, well, we'll follow any, you know, we've all got and I spent years involved in ESAC and in ESGAB. We'll always take account of what researchers look for, but actually, if there are really important things, they don't necessarily happen through that medium. And I think the one case of the fantastic survey was the one done by the ECB after the crash in 2008-9, when researchers actually came up very quickly with something that would have taken Eurostat 15 years to do, and it was done within 2 years to get a survey out on the ground. So I just wonder, with this, you know, this is so important, are the questions that are in there necessarily fit for purpose for today? I think understanding policy synergies is really important. I always take the view that, you know, the chain is the strongest, the weakest link. So if we're putting a lot of money into third level education, have we actually built on a decent second education, first level education, etc.? They're kind of obvious points, but they actually do tend to get missed. And the other point I think for economists is not to overstate what we can do. I was talking to some colleagues in Dublin actually after I got this request to say something today about, you know, what can Europe do in terms of long-term competitiveness. And, you know, we talk about reform and what reform might do. And, you know, when you look at these in big macro, medium-term macro models, they don't do a huge amount. So I think we should not oversell, but we should continue to identify where a lot of the things that can be done on the ground should be done on the ground. And maybe there are lessons from how medical scientists handle COVID. What we noted, certainly in the Irish and the British media, is in the early days of COVID, the usual academics were very slow to come out, and then gradually they came out, and by goodness, by the end of it, they got much, much better. And what did they get better at? Being able to convey what really mattered and the nature of evidence to the population at large. And I think there's something in that for us all to learn. So finally, shared understanding is needed, I think, of the risk and crisis management within the European area. European geopolitics is clearly in a different space than before. And an issue which was mentioned just in passing today is EU enlargement, further enlargement, and what that means for how we think about the challenges that are in Europe and the Euro area at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very high-level wrap-up, and it gave me an idea, actually, for the last few minutes of our session. I don't know how the technology is in the room, if there are questions in the audience, but before those questions are being asked, I would have one for each of our speakers with an answer in 1 minute each, which is, given the main background facts or longer-term facts that Frances just highlighted, namely the new macroeconomic environment with inflation and interest rates development different from what we've had over the past 15 years, the demographic trends and climate change in the background, what would be your most optimistic and your most pessimistic scenario on productivity developments for Europe in 10 years' time. So that would be sort of a way to wrap up the session. And if in the meantime there's a question from the floor, I will still take it. If not, then we move to the next session. So maybe Sasa, if you want to have a go, and then Philippe.
Well, given the impossibility of this question,
Mesdames et messieurs, je suis très heureux de m'adresser à vous, même par vidéo interposée, pour clore vos travaux.
That was a little bit early for the video. We'll have the wrap up first.
I was initially told not to touch anything. It should start on its own. Okay, very difficult question. Just speculating a little bit. No, you cannot hear. Okay, thank you. What a difference. Okay. No, difficult question. On the downside, one possibility is you extend the trend which we have seen, so declining, but I think it can be even worse. I mean, I spoke about the climate change, about the closing window. So if we miss the window and then in the next couple of decades we cross some of the tipping points, then the costs of not acting and then mitigating and everything could be very substantial and have a big impact on growth, including on productivity growth. In general, I'm an optimist. So in this course on productivity, optimist and pessimist, I've always been more on the optimistic side. So on the other hand, with COVID, which has given positive boost to digital adoption, though there are still questions, how substantive this has been, whether all the digital take-up has been more on the kind of marginal side, these kind of easier technologies, and then companies still have to do the more kind of impactful things, changing their business models and so on and so forth. But if this happens, if this boost has actually really had gone in the right direction, I would expect some pickup in productivity coming from this side. So and then much more widespread use of the modern or fourth industrial revolution technology. So it's a really wide fan. How it will work out, I'm not sure I would bet too much money.
Okay, thank you. So indeed, it's a super difficult question. Let me offer three scenarios, one pessimistic and two optimistic. So one pessimistic is indeed the continuation of what we're seeing at both the European level and at the OECD level, that is a trend towards lower productivity growth. The two optimistic ones would be, one, if at the global level, not only in Europe, you have an increase in productivity due to the fact that all the innovations that we've seen at the end finally generate some productivity gains. And that is something that several economists have mentioned, that we've seen a huge waves of innovations, and they have not translated yet into productivity. But that's still a scenario that would make sense, and that's a global scenario. That's not on a European scenario. The second optimistic scenario is one of catch-up. So there's no global increase in productivity growth compared to what we've seen now, but we catch up finally. We've been consumers of many of the innovations from especially the US, and finally, because we are a bit slower in Europe than in other countries, but we do finally catch up in terms of innovation. In some sense, this second scenario may be more realistic than the second one, the second optimistic scenario.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll come in now since we'll pass it along and then we'll do the online. Just, I'm not going to do the pessimistic one. It's too late in the afternoon for that, and you did a superb one, so I couldn't improve on that. I just, one of the things that really did strike me was that COVID showed a greater degree of flexibility than anybody thought Europe had. And I think we've possibly painted ourselves into a psychological state of seeing that things could not be improved on. So my optimistic one would be that we would actually have better policies that are more joined up, not just spend more money, but actually have the quality of our policies to be better. And in order for the quality of our policies to be better, I think we have to be more critical in analysing what they're doing at the moment. So where we're spending our money in terms of second, third level education, in terms of R&D grants and whatever, I think we need to be a bit more self-critical about that. Be generous, but be self-critical. I think we could actually do with the same, with continuing on a broadly similar path, do much better than we're doing at the moment. So that would be my optimistic scenario.
Thank you.
Monica or me? Monica.
Okay, I could, can you hear me? Then I would give you my optimistic view. So I think the optimistic view is that if you look back at the 70s, when we had this crisis, the oil crisis, prices increased tremendously, there was a shortage of oil. Companies did react. I think Japan is a very nice example. So they really introduced a lot of energy saving new production technologies. In general, the efficiency of using energy was increased tremendously. So within 10 years or so, they increased it by over 30%. And I think there's a real chance that we can do the same, as long as the companies really seize the challenge and use these price signals that we do now have in order to boost their technologies. And similarly, actually, the demographic change can lead to new technologies that would be labor saving. In the way we always thought this is a bad thing because of unemployment, but at the current situation, we don't see unemployment. We see a shortage of labor. And so if that means we will have increasing wages, which most likely we will have because of this labor shortage, then this will lead to new technologies as well. So I think that's the optimistic view from my point of view.
So 10 seconds on my side. On the negative, I would say for sure deglobalization. I was wondering why Philippe didn't mention that. I think it's a risk. And the other one is the competition. I'm really afraid that something is not properly working in the competition policies in Europe. On the positive side, I share the views of the previous, so maybe COVID and revolution in working experience and digitalization in general can provide that stimulus to catch up that still no clear puzzle, right? So we still think that the puzzle will be solved eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. I was before you spoke, I was going to say that there was an overwhelming positive, optimistic view on the panel, but this is a little bit more balanced now. Anyway, I think the time has come now to give the floor to Clément Beaune, who is our State Secretary for European Affairs, and regrets not to be here today, but still wanted to speak in the context of this conference, in particular on the day when the French presidency of the European Union is handed over. So the video is getting ready, so we can start whenever it is. And I will say a few words to close afterwards.
I'm very happy to talk to you even via or even remotely, especially when it comes to issues related to productivity and competitiveness. This is now, we're coming to the closing of the presidency of the EU, struck by and marked by economic, social and geopolitical context, has been quite unexpected with the return of war in Europe, with its impact on our lives, on our prices, on the international value chains in Europe. For a number of years, we've learned to address those crises. I think we've addressed these better and better. At the end of the day, I'm talking to seasoned economics. They were major economic steps forward post 2008-2009 crisis. We've provided responses to this unprecedented crisis that was COVID. And then we are only at the beginning of the war
conflits et de ses multiples ramifications. Mais là aussi, je crois que nous ferions une erreur si nous n'adaptions pas notre réflexion politique et économique. Le débat d'idées que vous êtes mené y contribue directement. Nous avons un peu revisité au fond le concept de productivité et de compétitivité. Là où les Européens étaient sans doute beaucoup trop obsédés par une forme de compétition interne, de course à la compétitivité à l'intérieur de l'Europe sans voir la compétition mondiale qui nous entourait et la nécessité de profiter ensemble dans cette mondialisation à réguler. Nous avons appris, nous avons progressé. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui, beaucoup de réflexions s'ouvrent. Je voudrais simplement en citer quelques pistes que vous connaissez bien, qui ont été au cœur de cette présidence française, qui se prolongeront à l'évidence par les mois et les années qui viennent. Nous devons d'abord en Europe être le continent de l'innovation et de l'investissement.
We want
Cela va
to
sans
be
dire, mais
at the
cela n'a
core
pas toujours
of
été une
production
évidence.
and investment.
Aujourd'hui, nous voyons l'Europe
This
ne peut pas être
has not
condamnée
always been
à une forme de rigueur
obvious.
éternelle.
We don't
Elle
want
ne
to
peut pas non
be
plus être condamnée à
condemned
être
to
le
a form of
régulateur des
austerity.
innovations
We
économiques,
don't want to be
numériques ou autres
condemned to be
des
the
autres grandes
regulating
puissances
force of
internationales.
big
Investir en
technological
commun,
changes.
c'est le
Want
débat que nous devons
investing in
avoir sur
common,
une nouvelle
investing
modalité de
together
relance,
is the
sur un
debate
budget
we need
commun
to
plus durable.
conduct, having a
Le
more
débat que nous devons
sustainable
avoir avec
common budget.
responsabilité et
And this is
capacité
unity of
d'investissement
responsibility
sur nos
and
règles
investment
budgétaires européennes
capacities
que nous
on
avons
the
suspendues et que nous
GDPR
devons, d'ici l'année prochaine,
rules that we've
collectivement
suspended and
réinventer.
collectively will need
Cela
to
passe aussi
reinvent
par des
in
chantiers
the coming years.
souvent vus comme plus
We
techniques,
have
mais si importants,
projects
vous le savez.
considered
Je
as more
pense à la question de
technical
l'union bancaire,
and
au
notably
rapprochement, à
with regards
l'intégration
to
de
the
marchés de
banking
capitaux
union,
qui sont essentiels à la
working
dynamique
closely
d'innovation
with
européenne.
capital
Cela veut dire
markets
aussi,
in a more
dans les
dynamic
domaines
manner.
stratégiques en particulier,
And this
les
has
projets
also
industriels
to
communs
do
comme nous
with
avons su le
strategy
faire
and common
aujourd'hui pour les
projects.
semi-conducteurs,
And notably
par
with this
exemple pour les
field of
batteries électriques, nous
semiconductors,
devons
electric
développer ces
batteries, we
outils.
need to develop
Un
these
continent
initiatives.
européen qui
A
défend
European
sa place,
continent that defends
protège son
its
économie, c'est
place
aussi
in the world,
un
protects
modèle
its economy,
qui
is also
doit
a model
imposer, faire
that
respecter ses standards
to
de
impose and get
réciprocité
its
dans les
standards
échanges internationaux.
respected
Pour ne citer que
in the
quelques
international
exemples,
trading
y compris sous présidence
markets.
française, nous avons récemment
French
progressé
presidency,
sur ce
we've recently
volet.
made
Je
progress
pense à
in
la
this
question de la
strand.
réciprocité dans l'ouverture
Notably
des
in
marchés
field of
publics
the
qui fait l'objet
reciprocity
d'un
of the
règlement
opening
européen,
of public
où je
markets
pense aussi à
and
l'interdiction
EU
des subventions
regulations
étrangères
and the ban
déloyales que nous
of
sommes en train de mettre en place. C'est un véritable changement de
unfair
paradigme au niveau
foreign
européen. Si nous n'avons
subsidies
pas
is something that we are
capacité à
putting in
imposer
place
nos
at
règles
European
justes,
level. If we
dans
can't
l'ordre
impose our
international,
just
commercial en particulier,
fair
nous ne défendrons
laws,
pas
fair
une vision
regulations, will
européenne
not
de notre
defend
économie,
an
notre
European
compétitivité
vision of
et notre
economy,
productivité
our
dans la durée.
competitiveness,
Et puis cela veut dire
and
aussi enrichir
productivity
notre
will
modèle.
be
L'Europe est bien
hampered.
placée pour le faire.
Europe is
Ce qu'on appelait
well
autrefois
is
l'économie
best
sociale de
place to
marché
do that. This
devient
is what we
aujourd'hui
call the
l'économie
social economy of the
écologique,
market.
l'économie des
This is
normes
an ecological
climatiques et environnementales, des normes
economy in
sociales,
terms of
des
the
normes
social,
fiscales, des normes d'égalité
environmental,
entre les femmes et les
tax
hommes dans les instances
standards,
dirigeantes de nos entreprises.
gender
Ce modèle
equalities
européen qui
within
était
leaderships of
prévu comme une
companies.
forme de contrainte,
And this
voire
European
de
model
faiblesse face à des régimes très
perceived
libéraux
as
et
a
très
form of
autoritaires,
constraints
est au
in the face
contraire,
of very
dans la durée, la force de
authoritarian
notre cohésion
liberal
dans nos
regimes
sociétés, et j'en suis
is a
convaincu,
strength in our
celui qui
society, and
définira
I'm
les standards
convinced of this,
internationaux
is defining,
comme nous l'avons
and
fait
this
en
will
matière
define
numérique
these
avec la
standards
régulation des
for
grandes
the years to
plateformes,
come.
comme
When
nous
it
sommes en
comes to
train
the
de le faire
integration
avec
of large
la
platforms,
protection
after
des
we're doing
salariés
it,
qui sont dépendants des
as
plateformes
we're doing
en
it for the
ligne,
protection
comme
of
nous sommes en train de
workers who
l'inventer
work
en
on
faisant
online
respecter
platforms
les
in
normes en
digital
matière de
economy,
déforestation
as in the
interdite,
case of
de taxe carbone
banned
aux frontières,
deforestation,
dans
the
l'ordre
border
international
carbon
juridique.
tax,
Avec ce modèle d'innovation et
and its
d'investissement,
international
avec ce modèle de
dimension, with
réciprocité
this model
internationale à
of
l'échelle européenne, et cet
international
enrichissement
reciprocity
de
applied
notre
to the
modèle
European
européen,
scale.
nous devons être
And this
fiers.
European model,
Je crois que nous tenons
we
la
must
clé
be proud of
d'une
this, and we
compétitivité
have the
européenne,
key
d'un
of
succès économique et social européen
success
pour les années
of
à venir,
the
à condition
EU and
de garder
EU
toujours un mot d'ordre,
productivity and
l'unité
competitiveness,
et
and the
l'échelle
byword
européenne
is
d'action
unity
sur
and
ces sujets.
the
Je vous remercie.
European scale of
Et à
action
bientôt.
across all of these subjects. Thank you very much.
Thank you.